Welcome to this meeting on the 16th of June. The first item on the agenda is the apologies for absence and the roll call of members. I have apologies at the moment from Andrew McCloy, who has a meeting elsewhere, and Andrew Hart, who is not very well. Are there any other absences? No, there aren't, I don't think.
We had apologies from Councillor Hart's home as well.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah. Can we then please start with the roll call of members, etc.?
Councillor Brady.
Right, well, I'm obviously here and I have issues to declare. Items 9 and 18, all of us have a slight interest in that because that is about the car parks at Derwent and Alstonfield. Item 17, I have a prejudicial interest myself. The owner is somebody who lives in my village and who I know quite well, and I will not stay for the discussion on that item. And then item 14, you should all have received a letter from the local councillor, Peter O'Brien, to which I should add that I have known the agent who I see is going to address us, Mr. Yarwood. I've known him for 30 plus years in a professional capacity in the past. I think that's enough for me.
Councillor Chaplin.
Good morning. I've got the same interests that the Chair has flagged up, slightly less, only 9, 14 and 18. Thank you.
We've got late apologies from Miss Harling. Councillor Huddleston.
Same interests as everybody else, more or less, 17, 14 and 18.
Councillor Murphy.
Present and same interest as previously mentioned.
Councillor Potter.
Same interests as other people have mentioned.
Councillor Priestley.
Yes, I've had emails from Carolyn McIntyre and Stuart Chapman regarding item 17 and the letter from Councillor O'Brien.
Sorry, which item did you say you'd had emails
17.
from? 17. Okay. Councillor Richardson. Mr. Smith.
Kath, could you turn your microphone off, please?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Present and same in the declaration of interest for items 9, 14, 17 and 18.
Dr. Swetnam, you're here, but you're observing. Councillor Warnby.
Present and same interest 9, 14, 18, and 17. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's the full list. Okay, thank you very much. Before I move on, can I first of all welcome Ruth she has been welcomed at the full authority meeting, but this is her first attendance at a planning committee. Welcome here. We may also be joined by a new councillor, a new member, Councillor Andy Nash, who's from Bradwell, taken over from Chris Furness, but he did indicate that he could be late. Also, whilst I'm here, perhaps we should just record in the minutes the last meeting turned out to be the last meeting of David Chapman, who lost his place from Derbyshire Dales on this authority. And I think we should perhaps record our thanks to David in a totally non-political way for his work and contribution to the committee over the years. And I'm sure that more will be said at the AGM of the authority, but it is clear now that Andrew McCloy has now had his last meeting of the planning committee, and we would also equally wish to record our thanks to him for his work on the committee. On that basis, I will move on to the minutes of the last meeting, which I'm happy to move as a true and correct record. You seconded that. Has anybody got any comments on the accuracy of the minutes?
I thought as Andrew Hart got up to go, he actually said that he wanted a vote recorded against that agenda item 6023.
This is
But
the...
it's not in the minutes.
This is the item on page 10, presumably, ONCOT.
Yes.
Joanne, do you have any memory of that?
No.
Without Andrew here, I wouldn't like to amend the minutes without his confirmation, if I can put it that way round. But
As he stood up, I mean, in front of everybody, he says, and I agree with Kath or something like that.
can anybody else, any other members recall that? No.
Chair, wouldn't be too difficult for officers to find out from Councillor
And make
Hart,
that.
would it? Yeah.
Could you do that? That we'll do that. Okay. But on that basis, can we approve the minutes of the last meeting? All those in favour? No. That's carried. Thank you very much. And the first item on the agenda is agenda item 5. Have we got the... are you attending for that item? Thank you. It is the livestock store and fodder store at Fenny Bentley. Mark, would you like to introduce this one, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This application is for a L-shaped agricultural building to house livestock and to store fodder with an access track at land south of the B5056. And you can see that application site on the screen in front of you here. It's located adjacent to the B5056, which you can see. Just check my cursor showing on the screen. It says adjacent. This is the B5056 you can see through the site here. The main farmstead is located roughly 1.5 miles south of the application site on the A515. The total farm holding extends to 117 acres. 30 of these are at the application site and comes sort of roughly around the area that you can see here. The land's used for grazing sheep and cattle and for taking haylage. And the farm runs to 50 ewes and approximately 25 suckler cows with followers. The application makes the case that the farm operation is inefficient due to the requirement to move feed and stock between this site and the main holding, and proposes the new building to house feed and to provide winter shelter for the livestock, as well as for the storage of machinery, including a tractor. So I will go through the plans now. So the red that you can see is proposed development. So at the moment, there is an existing access off the B5056, you will see in the photos when we come to, but that opens just into the field at the moment. So it's proposed to provide a surface track coming around to a hard standing area with the L-shaped building positioned where you can see on the plan there. And there's a closer up view of that. So the building would open into this yard area here. Here's the existing access, which splays off the road with a sort of a two-channel cart track type access put in there. There we go. That shows the extent of the 30 acres. The application site is actually the one that's circled red here. These are the ones that were explored, but they were ruled out either on landscape or access grounds. And this shows a view looking towards the access from the B5056. So that's it that you can see in the middle of the photograph there. And that's a closer view of that access. So you can see that it's hard surfaced until you get to the gates, and then beyond that it's just field. And this is a view roughly from the access looking towards the application site, which is on this quite steeply sloping hillside. And a view back from where the building would be to the road, and you can see the road passing. It's the grey section you can see behind the trees there. Clearly in this photograph the trees are in leaf. And similarly here, so this is looking a little bit further east from the application site, so the road then continues to pass the application site to the right as you look at that. This is a similar photograph looking a little bit further towards the access, but this shows the comparison in when the trees are not in leaf. And clearly the site is much more visible from the road in these conditions, which of course persist for a lot of the year. And a slightly wider view and shows some more of the holding. And so this is just a block plan showing the building in more details. So it's roughly 20 metres along each outer edge, with roof lights along the roof slopes. And this is it in elevation. So it's open fronted here for the containment of cattle, with a sliding door on the gable end that you can see there. Shows another elevation. And there's the southwest and the northwest. And I should go back to these to show the extent of cut and fill that's required. So the dotted red line that you can see here is the current slope of the ground as surveyed. And because of that slope, there needs to be a build-up, even with a reasonable amount of cut in at one end, there needs to be a significant amount of fill at the other end. So that increases the apparent height of the building as it's viewed from the road. And this shows some proposed planting that's part of the application as well. So you can see along the edge of the roadside there's a mixture of trees proposed to be planted. Obviously those would take a number of years to establish to maturity, and would suffer from the same issues that the existing screening does in terms of being seasonal. And finally, this shows the access proposals. And the Highway Authority have commented that the access is substandard, but of course it is an existing access, and subject to some minor improvements to that visibility. They've raised no objections on highway safety grounds, given that the building might also actually reduce the intensity of use of the access to some degree. So in terms of the merits of the proposals, as might be clear from the way I've explained it there, we have got significant concerns regarding the landscape impacts of the proposals here. As it's viewed from the road, there's no other buildings in view as you pass the site, and the barn would appear isolated, contrary to adopted policy and guidance. This is compounded by the topography of the site, with the steep hillside requiring a degree of cut and fill that would see the building perched and projecting from the hillside, significantly increasing its prominence and its impact on the landscape. We recognise that the building would improve operational efficiency for the applicant, but with the main holding only 1.5 miles away, the biannual movement of stock to and from the farm to the site for winter housing, as well as the delivery of feed to the site when required, means that the benefits to the land management of the site are limited, and in our view are heavily outweighed by the arising adverse landscape impacts that this scheme would result in. And the application is therefore recommended for refusal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have one person to address us, Joe Harrison, an agent. Would you like to, have you been before us before? If you'd like to sit in front of the microphone, make yourself comfortable. There is a little button on the microphone, and when the light behind the speaker comes on, you're ready to speak, and you're given 3 minutes. I think you're not the only one. That's right.
Firstly, good morning. I'd like to first clarify that the main holding associated with the application site is not in Fenny Bentley Village as stated in the main officer's report, but approximately 1.7 miles away south on the outskirts of Ashbourne, situated directly on the A515 near to Callow Top Holiday Park. The main entrance to the holding is somewhat hidden by mature landscaping with poor visibility displays on a fast-moving, busy main road. The application site, alternative locations were discussed within the site with the planning officer in the absence of pre-application advice, but all were seen to either require a long, unsightly track to access the building, which is contrary to your policies, or would sit significantly higher on the landscape than the proposed site, causing a greater landscape impact. Supplementary landscaping has been proposed to fill in the gaps between the existing trees from views when approaching from the northeast, and for the hedgerow to grow up to the canopy of the trees, except at the entrance so as not to impede on the visibility displays proposed to and accepted by highways. As the site is currently, it is inefficient and has no suitable livestock handling facilities, and has seen escaped livestock in the road when trying to load them for transport between sites, causing issues to passing vehicles, to the livestock and also to the handlers. The site also produces a significant amount of dirty water runoff onto the main road, and the only feeding area accessible during wet periods by a vehicle is at the gateway. The applicant has already implemented gully gutters to divert some of this diffuse water, but still creates a problem, and he's very much aware that this now runs down into the Bentley Brook. This application would assist in the reduction of larger vehicles entering the site daily, give an area for vehicles accessing the site to turn around, enabling them to exit in a forward gear, which they currently cannot do unless they reverse onto site. It would also provide some much needed housing for livestock so they do not poach the land. All these measures accumulatively would assist in the reduction of diffuse water runoff, make the site safer whilst making better use of the land, assisting with the holding being a viable business and achieving a more environmentally friendly status. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. You're welcome to remain there just in case there are one or two questions come up, but it's now up to the members to do the talking, I'm afraid. Mark, before I move on, can I just pick up this question about drainage and so forth that's just been mentioned? Where does that fit into the discussion?
The evidence that we've seen suggests that the land around the access particularly, if I can get back to photo for the access, and you can see to some degree here, is the lower lying land within the site, of course, and becomes wetter in the winter and becomes very muddy. That's not atypical of farmland, of course, within the park. There would be some improvement, as Joe has stated, in terms of providing a hard standing area that would allow vehicles to turn within the site in terms of highway safety improvements. And the Highway Authority have acknowledged that, I think, in not objecting to the proposals. However, that wouldn't facilitate or necessitate a building in itself necessarily.
Can I ask you, is what you're hoping to provide here the minimum that is actually needed for operational purposes?
Yes, it is. They do have some buildings at the main holding, but it's not fully sufficient for what they've got livestock-wise and fodder storage.
Well, yes, but I think the question is more to do with whether it's the minimum building that is necessary to serve this particular piece of land.
From the calculations he's given me regarding the bale quantity that he produces on the land, it's 50 bales per cut. He normally does 2 cuts a year, so 100 bales are produced on that land, which would, with the tractor storage, fill the section we've proposed for the storage area, and the livestock numbers have been calculated for the building, so it would be the minimum that we could get away with.
Okay, thank you for that. Members? Hello, Ken Richardson, Barnsley.
Yeah, can you pull that slide back up where you showed the profile of the land? Because you said it would be cut and fill. And then there's concern about the height of the building. Would it be possible to completely cut down rather than infill and drop the level at the back end, as it were?
There is the scope to do that, so to cut further in. You're going to have an upstand embankment at the back of that, which is going to be, I would say, roughly perhaps nearly 3 metres in height, which you would then have to retain at the back of any farmyard that was created in front of it as well. I can't speak to the construction implications in terms of the building in that regard, but I'm sure there would be ways to retain the embankment to do that, to bring the building down by probably about another 1.5 metres in the landscape. But clearly it would require more excavation and engineering into the hillside, which in itself could have some further impacts as well.
Ken.
Thank you, Chair. As the report notes, we can see what the functional agricultural benefits might be, but I do think that the tenor of the report has the balance right, that the landscape impact in this instance overrides the agricultural benefits. If you can go back to the slide that you showed first about the wetland, that one. I mean, are those handling pens? against the road, because if stock are focusing there, that ground is cutting up, that's leading to erosion and to runoff onto the road and into the brook. It's a function of the way the land is being used, not inherent in the landscape from my perspective. So I think I'm not convinced entirely that the location of a building is going to change that necessarily. I think there's other issues that I'm not clear about from the report, and we heard from the agent that there is or has been some facility at the farm. Has it been explored whether better facilities could be provided at the farm? I'm mindful of the fact that it's not unusual in a farming context for parcels of land, significant parcels of land, to be distributed around the locality, and farmers have to move stock, have to move feed, have to move equipment. I did some work recently in the Yorkshire Dales, and the farmer I interviewed, I had then to follow him for 5 miles on his quad bike while he moved fodder to stock on a separate set of fields. It's the way the agricultural world works. So I'm not entirely convinced that it's absolutely essential that this impact on the landscape should be approved. I'm minded to support the officer recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Dermot?
Thank you, Chair. I'm struggling to understand the effect this new building will have on this landscape. This, for me, would have been an ideal site for us to actually to visit, to understand the all aspects of the application. I'm minded to propose that we defer this one and have a site visit. Is it possible to do that?
It's certainly possible. What do other members think? Does that?
Yes, I'd second that.
Are you happy with that?
Can we just say our reason why we didn't this time?
We did.
Well, yes, yes. The reason it was originally on our agenda for yesterday. We were told, and I'm sure in principle it's right, that this particular road at this particular point is not the easiest place to look at things from because of the contours of the road and the speed. And I know I've driven the road several times and it's not an easy road to travel on. Having said which, whilst I understand that as an issue, I think there is some nervousness about this application, and I think probably we need to find some way of engineering a site visit if we can. Because it's, there's been a convincing case made at a level, and then there's another convincing case made about the landscaping. And other members may have questions which we perhaps could get answers to before the next meeting. Have other members got any issues they wish to raise? Or I have a proposal and seconder that this would be deferred for a site visit. Can we work on that basis then, in that case? Yes, all in favour? But I have to say that if we were minded to approve it after the next meeting, I do think that we need to look at the actual building itself and see whether that is the best that could be achieved, assuming that it was going to be approved. This is actually, I do know the site quite well, it's actually a very sensitive area. And things like big white concrete panels facing in all directions and so forth is not the ideal thing for a National Park Authority. We ought to look at whether the actual presentation of it could be improved and whether there are any other things that might just mitigate what we're looking at. Ken mentioned contours, for example. If there are any other things that we could look at, and you could look at that. This is a national park, you have to understand that, and we have to be extremely careful and sensitive about what we're doing. And we need to make sure that what you're doing is the minimum that is needed, etc. So if you could work a little bit with the officers to make sure that you're reflecting on some of these things, and we'll have a look at it in July, with some difficulty. We may have to back onto your into your site or something. So I hope the gates and so forth will be open, if that's safe to do. Okay. Thank you very much. So that is deferred. Okay. And oh yes, we. Sorry, I think everybody nodded on the site visit. So I'm taking that as. I will make a formal vote if that's what members want. All those in favour of the site visit. As I thought, everybody agreed it. Okay. Thank you. So thank you very much for your attendance, and we will look at it in July. And in the meantime, can I welcome Mr. Andy Nash, who's coming here as an observer, in case he ends up on the planning committee, one way or another. Andy, you're very welcome to sit round the table, or you can sit there, whichever you prefer. Okay. Right. The next item is the Thor's Cave reports, 2 reports, which I'm going to take together. I'm going to invite Mark to present the 2 reports. They'll require separate votes, but I think the issues are fairly straightforward. So, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. So this application, or rather both applications, are for the installation of 15 metres of steps and 45 metres of path improvement works to improve public access to Thor's Cave. So we have a full planning application for those works, and due to their location we also have a habitat regulations assessment which the authority has had to undertake, which officers at this stage have had to undertake. So the application site, incidentally, before I start, I'll point out that the 45 metres of path resurfacing works, they were approved by this authority last year as part of a wider scheme of improvement works to the entirety of this footpath. So they're not reconsidered by the reports that you've got in front of you. They already have permission, they can already go ahead. The applicant re-included them here because on the last application they described them as potential or possible, I think. We did assess them at that time, we did approve them at that time, so they don't need further consideration again. So I'll be focusing now on the steps that are proposed. So the application site is a path that leads up to Thor's Cave here, which, as you can see, is west of Wetton Village, and the access is down at Thor's Lane, which comes down to here, and then it terminates, and then the paths run across here to the cave. There you go. So here goes. That's Thor's Lane again. It comes down, and then the pathworks continue across here up to the cave entrance, and incidentally go well beyond there as well, and join other networks of footpaths. This photograph shows where the steps are proposed along the route. You can see here at this time this is the paths that meander along before any improvement works have been carried out to them. And this is the precise location of the steps. I think it's apparent from this why they are now proposed. And so this shows the entirety of the route. So the this is where it terminates at the end of Thor's Lane here, and then the path continues there. B and C is the 45 metres section of improvement works that are referred to in the application. And between D and E here, this is where the steps are proposed, going up to the access up to Thor's Cave. And there's a closer view of that, which is over 15 metres. And this is the proposed construction of those steps. So they would have timber risers that are staked in, and then it would be backfilled with effectively with limestone, crushed limestone. And I don't know how much of the actual background of the site you can make out. That's very pale, but this is showing the line in relation to the triple SI, which is the red diagonal hashing, and the special area of conservation, which is the dark yellow. I'll leave it on this slide because it's perhaps the most helpful as we go through it. So the development required a habitat regulations assessment to be carried out by the authority due to its proximity to the Peak District Dales special area of conservation. The first stage of this type of assessment involves screening the development for any likely significant effects upon the SAC, the special area of conservation. If at this stage it's found that the proposals are necessary for the management of the SAC, or if they're found unlikely to have any significant effects, then the second stage, which is called appropriate assessment, isn't required. In this case, we've concluded that development is required for the management of the SAC. As you can see in the photograph in front of us there, the current access is barren and is widening. Obviously, the muddier it gets, the more people move out to the edges, and it's been getting wider and wider, and the erosion is increasing. So creating a narrower, passable route will reverse this decline, and it will allow the sensitive land to recover. For this reason, even if it wasn't accepted that the works are required for this purpose, for the management of the SAC, they would not result in any adverse impacts for the reasons that the SAC is designated. It would only result in improvements, as I've already explained. And for that reason, it's therefore recommended that the officer report on the HRA be adopted as the required habitat regulations assessment, including its conclusion that appropriate assessment isn't required, and also that the related planning application is approved. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you very much. I personally think this is fairly straightforward. I don't know whether any members have any questions or issues. Dermot.
Recently, part of a training and development exercise, I went to this site with one of the rangers, and it was a wet Friday morning, and the conditions there are horrendous. It's another site where we're sort of, it's the success of these sites that people want to, they want to go and visit these places, but they are destroying the countryside there with the volume of people that want to go and visit the caves and whatever. You're in the realms of some sort of health and safety issues as well, because it gets very slippery in these areas and whatever. And obviously, anybody who's not too good on their feet, it reduces their opportunity to go and visit that particular site. So I 100% would support this.
Just to sort of help, I will call you shortly, Ken, just to help the process along. I'm going to move, first of all, the Habitats and Species Regulations report, so that is on the table. That's now been seconded. Ken.
You beat me to, excuse me, you beat me to it, Chair. I was going to propose that.
Okay, anybody else got on that, anything on the Habitats report? No, in that case, all those in favour of adopting the Habitats report? Anyone against? No. Right, can we move on then to the planning application report, which I'm also going to move? Right, anybody got any comments on that report? In that case, all those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's okay. Thank you very much indeed. That moves us on nicely. Are we getting ahead of ourselves or not? Falls Cave, we are. Mind you, we've got no speakers on the next one, so that's fine. Let's carry on. Is that all right? Okay. The next item is agenda item 8, which is the former dairy site in Hartington. Mark again.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is a variation of a previous permission at the former Dove Dairy site in Hartington. Most members will remember that there have been a number of approvals at this site over the last several years, all based around an approval for a scheme of the provision of 26 houses on the site, replacing the former dairy factory. The most recent of those was granted in 2020, and that is the one that the applicant is currently developing out on the site. This latest variation relates only to one plot, which is the largest plot on the site and is at this side of the site here. You can see from this site plan, a lot of the site is actually now built out. All of the buildings that you can see here are a new build. This is actually a conversion of a former stone building. These are new build as well, and whilst they're shown white here, most of these are now built out, at least in part. The property on the plot in question has yet to be constructed, as you'll see. Now, at this point, I need to do a little bit of clarification, and that's because whilst the rest of the site has been subject to several amendments since this development was approved on appeal some 7 years ago now, this plot hasn't. And when the inspector granted permission, unfortunately, the plans that he granted for the elevations don't match the site plan that he approved. So you will see that this shows as the approved site plan. However, the elevations that are approved are different to this. They don't match this. It's very clear from the inspector's report that the intent was to improve the elevation plans and the design that you will see in those. So from our point of view, this is what we are satisfied which is approved on this plot at the moment. That is the floor plan. So we're moving from that. This is what it is now proposed to be like. I'll go through the elevations as well. So let's go through some photographs of the site first to give you a bit of context. So this is the approval along Stonewell Lane, and this is the entrance to the site. If I just go back, this is this entrance here that you're looking towards here. So then Stonewell Lane continues down past. So these are all the new build houses, and the converted stone building is just out of shot there. You'll see as we look through that there's a mixture of both limestone and gritstone properties approved within development. This is actually the plot in question, which the developer refers to as Plot Z. Effectively, where you can see the Harris fencing at the back here, this is the plot that's approved for development and proposed for variation. And that's a view from slightly further west. And you can see the edge of the rest of the development next to it there. And you can see the adjacent house there is in fact constructed of gritstone too. Another view from through the site. So these are the trees that are at the north of the plot in question. So the application plot is actually behind these buildings here. And these are just some examples of the houses that have been up through the development. Another view towards the site itself. And for context, because as well as proposing to change the design of the property on the plot, the developer is also proposing to change the materials of which the building is constructed. It's approved as limestone at the moment, and they'd like to construct it in gritstone. Which is fundamentally the reason this application is at the committee, actually, because the parish council considered that it should be maintained in limestone rather than changed to a gritstone, on the basis that that forms a stronger part of the local vernacular. Now, within the centre of Hartington Village, you can see that there's actually quite a mix. Whilst there's overall there probably is a larger proportion of limestone dwellings, there are certainly a number of larger, more formal gritstone buildings around, as you can see. Here. And indeed mixed in with the limestone buildings as well. So this one is partly limestone with gritstone fronting. And some further examples of the sort of the larger buildings generally, or more formal buildings, having gritstone facings, whilst a lot of the smaller ones are limestone. And just a couple more examples as well. So if we move on to the plans themselves, this was the floor plan for the approved dwelling on that site at the moment, including a swimming pool in this rear projecting element here. And this is the proposed. So that rear projecting element goes all together, and it leaves you with the triple garage element. Whilst it looks like the two are separated here, you'll see in the elevations that's actually just a walkway and there's a roof above. So this is actually adjoined onto the side of the house. So that's the approved roof plan. And this is now proposed. And that is the approved elevation. So the behind here is where the building returns, and it's got the swimming pool at the back. And as proposed, with that element knocked off. You'll see there's some changes to openings as well. The proposal does introduce more openings to each side of the building. That's the rear as approved, with the rear return there. And again with that removed, and the changes to openings on the rear. And the gable as approved. So this is the projecting rear section that is set back. That isn't coming off the back of the house itself, that's coming off the back of the garage area. And as proposed, with that section removed altogether, and some additional openings in the gable. And as approved and proposed. So overall, our views are that the changes to the design, particularly the removal of the rear projecting element, simplifies the appearance of the building, and results in a better overall appearance. We've weighed that against the impact of introducing the additional openings, which it would be preferable if they were retained as they were, but the applicant is keen to maximise light into the property. And overall, when we consider the appearance of the building as a whole, we're satisfied that it continues to conserve the character and appearance of the site. Equally, the use of gritstone, we're satisfied in as appropriate material. This is the largest house on the development, and it does have a formal appearance. And as you saw in the earlier examples, there's numerous examples of that type of development through the village, so it wouldn't be uncharacteristic for the locality. On top of that, through the approved development, the majority of the plots remain limestone constructed. There are 3 other gritstone properties through the 26-house development, so this would become one of 4. So in that case, it wouldn't be jarring with the overall balance of limestone, gritstone properties that you'd see throughout Hartington. And for these reasons, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the reinstatement of the legal agreement to secure the affordable housing on the site, as per the previous permission, and to the conditions that are set out in the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I just ask, the gritstone facing, is that sort of flattened out, or is it like the other houses on the estate? I'm not sure what the technical expression. I think it's ashlar, isn't it? Is it ashlar, or is it something more rough cast?
At the moment, we've recommended a condition for that to be agreed. So it's not proposed as a particular stone, it's simply proposed as gritstone at the moment.
Because the existing gritstone houses in Hartington, not all of them, but tend to have been ashlar rather than rough cast, don't they?
You're right, there's a general formality to those, again, because
it would
they're...
look much better if it was like that. Yeah, okay. Members, in that case, I'll move that this application be approved. Anyone seconding it? Ken seconding it? All those in favour? Anyone against? No, that's carried unanimously. We now have the Alstonfield car park application, and on the timetable, John Keeley will probably deal with the Derwent one next as well, because we're getting ahead of ourselves after we've dealt with Alstonfield. Right, the Alstonfield car park application, which is on page 51, agenda item 9. Please.
Thank you, Chair. So this application is for the installation of solar-powered car park machine in the associated based pedestrian area. And whilst the application notes that it's for signage as well, it should be stated that signage is covered by separate legislation. So the signage is shown for indicative purposes, but would be subject to separate control should it not benefit from deemed consent. So the application site is within the centre of Alstonfield. It's a public car park, and you can see it on the centre of the plan there. There's a slightly closer view. There's an existing building within the car park, and the meter and the rest of the installation is proposed to be just in front of that building. These are some photos of the site, which, as you can see, were taken some months ago now. The installation would be positioned here against the gable of the building, which in our view minimises its impact in its setting. Closer view of that same. And this is an example of the installation that's been installed elsewhere. So this would be the appearance of the meter, and the signage would be of similar appearance to this. And this is an example of the low-level bollard signs which have been proposed to be installed at this car park, and also the other ones which members will recall dealing with a number of these over the last few months. And these are, as people go in and out, essentially to remind them to pay. And then a detailed schematic of the meter itself. So the main planning considerations here are the impact of the appearance of the development. That's something, as I explained, that we're satisfied with in that context. It's not going to appear either isolated or out of keeping. The Parish Council have raised significant objections to the installation. The objections are raised in relation to the principle of charging for car parking, which this committee has discussed several times over the last few months, and is a decision that has already been taken by the authority to do that. Their concerns relate to the fact that charging for car parking can push vehicles out of the car park and create traffic problems, parking problems, difficulties for residents accessing properties and things like this. So whilst those are understood, this application is for the installation of a meter only. It is not a decision on whether we should be charging as an authority for car parking or not. On the basis that the installation of the meter doesn't give rise to any planning concerns, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members. Mike Chaplin.
Thank you, Chair. On page 53 at the top, the Parish Council seem to be putting in an offer to purchase this car park or lease it. Has this been explored with the local authority, with the park authority?
I don't know that yet the answer to that, because I expect it wouldn't have come about as a result of negotiation with the case officer here. It would have gone through the authority's property service as part of the consultation on charging for the car parking, and I don't know if that happened or not.
No, it's just that I wonder how much really the authority is going to gain from these from charging for parking in what's really a fairly small area. It's not a massive car park. And I just wonder whether it's really worth the authority going down that, if there's another option, just to relieve ourselves of the responsibility and allow a local community to
Irrespective
run
of the
it.
outcome of this application, we can make a note and report that back to the applicant, the authority's property team in this case, and ask them to contact the parish council in relation to that matter.
Whether I like it or not, the purpose of this proposal, of course, is to raise money for the authority and presumably to cover some of the costs of managing the car park. So I suspect that giving it to another group to manage will not meet that objective. But from my point of view, I have a lot of sympathy with the basic point that Alstonfield Parish Council is making about the likely impact of the car parking charges in a village like this. But that is not the issue that's before us today, unfortunately. But that doesn't mean... What? Ginny?
On that basis, I'd like to move for accepting the officer's recommendation.
Is that seconded? Right, okay. All those in favour? That is almost unanimous. I'm abstaining. Okay, thank you. I think we've dealt with you now, Mark, so thank you very much for your help. We're actually 25 minutes ahead of our timetable. We will have a break in about a quarter of an hour's time, but I think if we can get rid of some of the other things on the agenda in the meantime, that will help us all. So I'm going to move on to the Derwent car park item, which is number... that's number 18 on the agenda.
Chair, can we be mindful that we're in a public meeting, and I think phrases like "get rid."
What's that?
We are in a public. This meeting is being broadcast,
Yes,
and I don't think we want to be using phrases like "getting rid of items."
Oh well, it's progressing business.
Yes.
Okay, or getting rid of them, really. Yes. Okay. It's page 177. Right, John Keeley.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is similar to the last application. It's for the installation of a solar-powered car park, charging machine, base and pedestrian area. There is signage shown, but as Mark said in the previous item, that's covered by separate legislation. We're just dealing with the physical installation of the machine itself. The Derwent Overlook car park is on the approach down to the Fairhomes Visitor Centre next to the Lady Bower Reservoir there. It's currently uncharged for, long narrow car park in two parts, surrounded by quite dense woodland, so it's well screened from public vantage points. The proposed meter is situated in the central part, close to existing signage, and against the backdrop we'll see in the photograph of existing trees. Like the previous item, this is the same machine, dark coloured, so there's no concerns about the design of the machine, and the colour means it'll be fairly unobtrusive against the background trees. So this is the approach down towards the Fairhomes Visitor Centre. This is the top part of the car park, and the bottom part is further down, and the machine location is in the central section. That's the lower section there. And the meter is proposed to be sited here, and the signage is to be alongside. So you can see the backdrop of the trees, the car park location, relatively well screened from all but the immediate vicinity. So we have no concerns about landscape impact. There's no concerns about conflict with existing parking, and there's no objections from the Highway Authority, and we have no representations from third parties or concerns from local parish. So the application is recommended for refusal, Chair. Approval, I beg your pardon. A slip of the tongue there.
I'm very tempted. Right, this is straightforward for me. I'm happy to move it from the chair. You're seconding it, Dermot. Anybody got any comments? In that case, all of those in favour? Anyone against? No, nobody abstaining. Thank you. That's agenda item 18. Can we therefore move, whilst we're in this part of the agenda, on to agenda item 19, which is the Head of Law report, which is reporting on the planning appeals that have been lodged and decided. Can I just say, as a matter of presentation, actually, sorry, I meant to mention this beforehand. The first two items, the Section 73 applications, and there may be another one like that. No, there isn't. It's not a very helpful description of what the appeal is about. We don't know what Condition 4 or Condition 2 say, and therefore we don't know what the implication is of the decision that's been taken. Could we look at the way we describe these alterations in the future so that it's much clearer as to what we're being asked to look at? Anybody got any comments on this report? No? In that case, I'm happy to move the report be noted from the chair. Anybody seconded? That's seconded. Anybody got any comments? In that case, all those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried. And I'll then move on to agenda item 20, which is the annual report on planning appeals. Do either of you wish to introduce that? Yep.
Yep, thank you, Chair. So this covers data on all of the previous year up to March 2023. The grey box on the first page gives you something of the trend. Obviously, see how many appeals we had last year. It shot up to 49, and it's come down, which is kind of an interesting reflection itself of the number of challenges we've had one year to the next. But it has fallen away. But the percentage allowed has increased, even though the number of those that have been allowed is actually one less than last year, but the percentage actually goes the other way. So we need to keep an eye on those and the nature of decisions being made. Vast majority are sort of subjective, case-by-case design assessments, which don't trouble us too much, although they are interesting to monitor, in terms of the judgments being made on against our design guide. So that's something that we report on. Each appeal is passed to the members, so you do receive those. But I take the point about the summaries. It's just quite a useful record to say what the actual issues are for us. So I think that'd be useful. We have actually reported in this year as well about the case at Thornbridge Hall, which was probably the biggest case for us through the year, and we've had to, we've accepted that decision, but it did raise some concerns about the application of policy. So I think it's still important that we occasionally write back to the Planning Inspectorate and make sure that they've got inspectors there that are aware of the different weight to be applied. And I've referred in the comment section about this idea of the nesting of designations. So where you get a listed building in a conservation area, in a registered park, in a national park, and each part of that have different policies and criteria to refer to. And I think it's really important that inspectors do get under that. So there's areas there that I can report back to the inspectorate and make sure that they've got people that are actually aware of that high degree of designation. That's something I'm intending to do. Otherwise, we're quite comfortable with the decisions being made. I think it's quite interesting as well to just looking at some of the cases where it's been allowed, and you see a couple of cases in the monthly report there where they're actually referring to conditions rather than the principle of the development, and sometimes it's a case of how much control or how much kind of ask we've made of the applicant. There was an ask in the current month about something called the WSI. That's a written scheme of investigation, which is a kind of an archaeological requirement. And rather than seeking it on, let's say, the whole of the site, the inspectors just kind of narrowed the scope of that down and said, actually, it should just really refer to these extra special pieces. But in effect, that still results in a loss for us in appeal terms, so it goes against us. But sometimes the actual result of that isn't that harmful to us. It's just actually a focusing down of the mind, really, of what was reasonable to control. So it's worth us actually drilling down to the actual detail of these reports and just seeing whether it's harmful to us or not. In a lot of cases, it isn't. It's subjective, and I think they're just good learning points for us. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the issue, and those are clearly issues as well, but the issue really is about how government is pursuing looking at our performance, isn't it? So that we've got to be a bit wary of that as we go along.
Correct.
When you come onto the schedule at the end, virtually all but 3 of them, I think, are about the effect on the character of an individual building. They're all about design, which is something we need to keep an eye on, because sometimes getting a bad reputation, if that's what it becomes, for losing appeals may not really be justified given the outcomes that we're getting. Anybody got any comments on this report? Ginny?
Yeah, it's a question for Brian, really. Thornbridge, following Thornbridge, did we have a debriefing to examine really what learnings we could take from it to improve, and what you're talking about, you know, what we could pass on as well? Did we actually hold a debriefing on that?
I think. Oh, sorry. Do you want? No, I'm about to say Ken can perhaps help on this, but no. Let Brian go first, Ken, and then you can comment.
Yeah, just say I did meet with the chair of the authority and vice chair of planning committee, Ken. So Ken might want to comment on that as well. Exactly around that. So it was, you know, what happened through the process. You know, what were the issues that rose, and any learning points from that. So the chair has done a first note on that, and I'll be commenting on that, and I think vice chair will be looking at it as well. So there will be a kind of learning piece coming out of that. Yeah.
I'm acquainted with the agent who acted for Thornbridge, so I kept out of that particular exercise. Ken?
Just to endorse that comment, yes, the draft notes that Andrew provided for as chair of the authority of that meeting are with Brian and myself for comment, after which they will be circulated to members. So we, as I understand it, so that everyone can see what are considered to be the learning elements to the thing. But as I said at that meeting, and I would say again, completely endorse Brian's proposal to write to the planning inspectorate. But as I said at the meeting, and I'll repeat, I would encourage him within his busy work schedule to do that sooner rather than later, because already the publication of the result of that inquiry is a wee while ago, and things begin to lose some of their impact the longer we delay. I'm not suggesting we're deliberately delaying, it's just workloads.
Yeah, but at the risk of sounding patronising, it's a very good question. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering whether agents advise applicants on whether it's worthwhile pursuing appeals, because we do seem to have a good record overall in winning more appeals than not. But it's down this last year because there have been less appeals lodged with the inspector. Do you see where I'm coming from?
Right, members. Anybody got any further comments on this report? In that case, I'm going to move from the chair that it be noted. Anybody seconding that? Okay, and all those in favour of noting it? Anyone against? That's unanimous. Are there any other reports we can deal with at the moment? I don't think there are, other. I think the others have all got speakers. If the Thornseats speakers arrive, then we will try and meet a bit earlier, but at the moment I am rescheduling the meeting for 11:15, which is when they're due to be here. Okay. Ooh. after 11:15, and the next item on the agenda is Thornseat in Bradwell, and Bradfield rather. Beg your pardon. I always get that wrong. I'm just trying to remember what item it is on the agenda. It's item 10 on the agenda, and I think you're just going to introduce it for us, aren't you? Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Chair. There's two items with this particular proposal. The first is the Habitats Regulations Assessment, which I'll come back to. And the second item, item 11, is the planning application. So what I'll do is I'll do one presentation for both, concentrating on the planning application, and then come back and briefly outline the Habitats Regulation Assessment. So starting with the main presentation. The application, bear in mind 1 second. So the application is a full application for the proposed restoration and extension of Thornseat Lodge and ancillary buildings to form holiday accommodation and guest facilities, erection of an events venue, alterations to existing access including parking facilities, enhanced site landscaping, all at Thornseat Lodge, which the site plan is on the screen behind me, which hopefully you can all see it. As usual, the application site is outlined in red, with other land in the applicant's ownership outlined in blue. Thornseat Lodge, it's situated about 2.2 kilometres west of Low Bradfield, the village of Low Bradfield, and this is the Mortimer Road, so it's situated just on the northwestern side of the Mortimer Road, which, as many will know, goes from Strines towards Mid-Oakstones and Langset. The site's occupied by Thornseat Lodge, which is a derelict former shooting lodge, and later it was a children's home run by Sheffield City Council. It was last occupied in the mid-90s, but since then has fallen into disuse and increasing dereliction. Originally built by the Jessup family of Jessup Hospital fame, the building is of regional architectural and historic interest. And we'll see some of the details in the slides we go forward. Although it's not a listed building, it is nevertheless a non-designated heritage asset. Land to the west is a special protection area, a special area of conservation, and is also a site of special scientific interest. And there is open access land to the north, and it's those designations of the land to the west which triggers the need to carry out the Habitats Regulations Assessment, which I'll come back to shortly. The house sits in 3.2 hectares of land. You've got the lodge itself, accessed by the original drive, which is all overgrown there to a point on the Mortimer Road. From there, there's remnants of a route through to the former stable block and courtyard arrangement, of which very little remains. Most of the interest is in the ground. There is a former garage building at the south-western end of that complex. There's a former engine house, and there's a footprint of a former building there. And just to the north of the courtyard, there is a small stone game larder as well, which survives. And to the north of the lodge, there is a single separate dwelling in different ownership. But other than that, it's in open countryside, mainly surrounded by woodland, which is overgrown now. As I say, the proposal is to restore, alter and extend the main lodge building itself to form 6 holiday dwellings. Immediately the rear of the lodge, there is a small modern garage which is proposed to do some minor improvements to and retain. There is a former open swimming pool to the west of the lodge as well, which is proposed to be infilled. And the extensions I referred to the main lodge would sit at the back of the main building in place of some derelict single-storey buildings that exist at the moment. The proposed wedding venue or events venue will be based on a new building which would sit on the footprint largely of the former stable block and courtyard. So that would be an 886 square metre building and would be served by an 80 space car park, which I'll show on the following slide. Like there, that's a bit better. So with a car park to the south of that into the woodland. So this would be a 150 guest events venue, as I say, based on the new building there, and there will be some further new building. The footprint here of a former building would be the site of a new bunkhouse accommodation with 13 bed spaces. An existing building here known as the engine house, or engine room, would be refurbished and converted to be the wedding ceremony room. And there would be a new build biomass boiler building just to the northwest of that. The existing game larder would be retained as a store, and the original driveway would be retained. It still has its original sets, I believe, underneath the undergrowth, and there'd be spur roads off that driveway leading up into the proposed parking area. Between the parking area, these buildings, and the wedding or events building, there's an elevated outside terrace with seating, with steps down to these lower levels. Along with the building works, there's also reports showing that the woodland would be managed with replanting to secure that habitat and landscape value. The area in front of the lodge itself, which was originally designed to be viewed from the public road, will be cleared to re-establish those views. So before we move on to the detailed slides, let's talk about some of the key issues in this. First of all, whilst the conversion of the lodge itself to holiday accommodation would accord with our policies, the new build wedding venue or events venue and new build holiday accommodation would be contrary to our policies. The proposed wedding venue itself would be major development in the national park, and national and our local policies say that major development should only be allowed in exceptional circumstances and where it is in the public interest. In this case, it's argued to be necessary as enabling development to secure the conservation and enhancement of the Thornseats Lodge building itself, which the applicants contend is not viable as a conversion to just 6 holiday homes on its own, and it needs the wedding events venue revenue to secure that conservation and enhancement work. However, a large wedding venue like the one proposed here is wholly contrary to our development strategy set out in the core strategy. It represents a large business development in the open countryside in an unsustainable location where our key strategic policies would direct such development to within existing towns and villages where they can be more appropriately accommodated. So the wedding venue itself is therefore very clearly contrary to our recreation and business policies. I set out in more detail in the report itself, and causes harm not only to the policy itself, but also to landscape and the heritage interest in the site. The exceptional circumstances put forward by the applicant for the wedding venue, as I said, is to save the lodge and fund its restoration, i.e. its necessary enabling development. And Historic England advised us that enabling development should only be approved if the benefits, the sum of the benefits, outweigh the disbenefits, and where it would secure the conservation of the actual heritage asset. Crucially, in this case, for officers, the applicant hasn't carried out any market testing, but has nevertheless submitted viability information to show a conservation deficit assessment, concluding that after a sequential approach of various alternative proposals set out in the report between paragraphs 195 to 200, that concludes that the submitter scheme, from their point of view, is the only viable option to secure a viable and, in their view, the optimal use for the lodge itself and the site as a whole. I think it's important to stress that the viability information on its own doesn't automatically mean that the development should be approved. As we go through the slides, and there's quite a few, so I'll try and go through as quickly as possible, we'll see the impact of the proposed development has on the various aspects, and I hope set out clearly what harm officers consider is involved in this to the house itself, and the very significant harm to the heritage assets on the site of the former stables. So our view remains that when weighed in the planning balance, the benefits of the lodge's restoration, which in our view could still be significantly improved upon, are not sufficient to represent exceptional circumstances or be in the public interest to accept this major development, the wedding venue, which causes such harm to the heritage and the landscape, and is sited in this unsustainable location. Hence, we have a recommendation of refusal still to this resubmission. So what I'll do, I'll go through the slides and then I'll come back to the Habitats Regulations Assessment. So just to show the setting, we did do a site visit it was a while ago now, so some members wouldn't have been on that meeting, but this is a view up from the Mortimer Road to the lodge itself. You can just see to the right hand side the private dwelling in separate ownership, and just a closer view showing the character and importance, which again I stress is a non-designated heritage asset of regional importance for its architectural and its historic interest. There's some very fine details that go around the building. And the scheme before us seeks to maintain the main facade to the street and the two gable elevations. So this is the east gable elevation. A bit more detail of it. And this is the other side, the west gable. The extensions we'll see in a moment are on this back side behind this single-storey element. You can see the significant dereliction here, and that's what that elevation would have looked like in its entirety. And then the view from the rear, you can just see the open swimming pool, which I think must have been put in during the council's ownership when it was a children's home. And the extensions are proposed, we'll see in a minute, to these two gables here in place of these single-storey extensions. This left-hand gable is retained. I just won't dwell too much on these. This is the modern garage at the back of the lodge, which is proposed to put new doors on and tidy up and retain, somewhat unsurprisingly in officers' view, given it's so close to the back of the lodge and causes some harm to the setting clearly. And turning towards with the lodge behind you, towards the stable block courtyard. This is sited here. This is the small game larder that sits on the corner of that. There's some evidence of low walls around that courtyard, and in the background the garage, which is the remaining building towards the back of the site. And then looking into that stable yard area, just a couple of views across, and then behind the stable courtyard area, this is the engine house, which is proposed to be the wedding venue for the ceremony itself, refurbished. And to the left of this will be the site for the bunkhouse accommodation, the new build. This is just a view up towards that building from the spur off the main driveway. There has been some clearance of the trees, which has enabled easy to move around. And this is the old access onto the main road, which is somewhat overgrown, as you can see. So in terms of just going through the slides for the proposal itself, the detailed plans, this is the cellar plan, for which there's no real change. It keeps the same plan form, stairs up. And this is the existing ground floor plan, of the original hall. This is the plan as proposed, ground floor plan, and the colours indicate the green is the existing walls which are to be retained and were being retained in the original submission that we had in 2021, which was refused. And following members' request, the purple is the additional walls of that former plan, which the applicant has added in, which they feel they can now be retained to retain more of the historic plan form of the ground floor. So you have got these in total of 6 apartments, and this section here is the new build extension, which has got twin gables, and we'll see the elevations in a moment. First floor plan as existing or what remains, and again as proposed, same format. The purple is the additional walls which are being retained from the original plan form, and again the extension off to the left in this slide, and a roof plan which shows the existing roof plan the same. This was already a flat roof extension on this lower side single story building, and this is the new twin gabled with flat roof link between the two, forming the additional accommodation. So from the front, existing as it would have been, and then as proposed with windows and architectural features, doors, etc., reinstated. And then the western gable, looking towards the stable lock, as now, demolition and restoration to original form here, and this section here is the two-storey extension. You can see extending beyond with coped gables and roof lights in matching materials, roof and walling. And the other gable elevation, and as proposed, so you can see the scale of the extension off the back. And in the report we set out our concerns to that, which still remain, that it's quite a large extension, which is unlike the single-storey subservient buildings at the back of the main lodge that exist at the moment. This is quite a large and more dominating addition, which has certain design features, numbers of roof lights and windows, which we still feel are over-dominant and not in harmony with the character of the main lodge building, which we'll see a little bit more of now. So that's the rear at the moment, and as proposed, I say, these are the new elements. Extension, you see the fenestration, which contrasts quite sharply to the character of the main. It's clearly contemporary, and there's nothing wrong with a contemporary extension, but we felt that there is more room to reflect the character and appearance of the main lodge there. This is the garage, that this little modern garage sits at the back of the lodge. It's just proposed to put doors on it and keep it pretty much as it is. I won't dwell on that. And then moving to the wedding venue location, which is on the site of the former stable yard, and there is evidence in the floor underneath the grass that's been exposed by the applicants and their agents of a perimeter of buildings which would have stood here, but only low walls and this garage building remain at the moment. So that's the existing footprint, and this is just a summary of the remains, which I won't dwell too much on because we've got a lot of slides. That's the garage building. And then we have the proposed events building. As I said, it's 868 square metres. It involves reconstructing or building new single and two-storey extensions on the footprint of the former stable yard and courtyard. So within the old garage, that would be toilets, there would be a bar and sort of dining area in the main part here. A covered glazed courtyard with catering areas, meeting rooms around the side, a stage there, and storage building on this south side in this slide. Leading from the the south or southwest side onto this external terrace court area, which would then have steps down to the wedding venue room itself and the car park. So roof plan helps illustrate the fact that the courtyard area is glazed, so all of the activities within that building are under cover now. There's only the external courtyard area to the south which is open. So all materials will be stone and natural roofs. And in elevation terms, looking from the lodge towards the proposed building, you've got the existing little game larder there, which will be restored and used for storage. And then here's the single story buildings on the side, and the feature entrance feature there, which is 1.5 stories. From the car park side, the southwest side, looking back at the building, you've got the entrance. We've got here the engine room and the bunkhouse just behind us in this view. So you've got the buildings there. This is the external terraced courtyard and the steps down. And from the this is the top side, so you've got the open wall, and behind us the lodge to the left, the entrance feature, the single-story buildings, and then this is the engine room, which would be the wedding ceremony room. And then from the other side, looking up, so the Mortimer Road is behind us here, the little game larder retained, same building as the venue, retaining walls and steps down from this upper terrace. This is the proposed 13-bed, 2-story new build bunkhouse accommodation with the converted engine rooms for the wedding venue, meeting room behind. And then just beyond that is the new build for the biomass boiler to heat the whole system. Just a couple of internal shots showing the glazed roof over the courtyard section, looking the other way at the back end of the entrance into that space. And a couple, these won't mean too much, these are just internal views of the inside of the courtyard, so again, won't dwell on these too much. And then looking with that events building behind us, on the right hand side, that is the restored engine room for the wedding ceremony, and this is the proposed bunkhouse accommodation as existing, as proposed, and then the rear of those looking back from the car park direction. The biomass boiler would be to the left in this view. So quick run through the plans. That's the existing footprint. Engine room simply converted with a gallery for that ceremony space, using existing openings, or sort of altered openings, but similar vein. And the east side of that, plain roof. And then the bunkhouse, new build bunk accommodation for 13 beds alongside that, 2-story with roof lights. Again, a fairly simple building. Roof plan with the 3 roof lights, all in natural materials. And the biomass boiler building that sits to the west of those 2 buildings. Quite a tall building, given it's housing a boiler. I don't know the nature of the equipment that's going inside that, but again, stone and tile roof. Simple details. And the game larder is a simple restoration of the existing game larder to use as a store. So restoration as existing. So just coming back to the plan, alongside the building works themselves, we have a suite of proposals to manage the landscape, tree protection plans, tree constraints plans, and a woodland management plan, along with, you'll see in the report, travel and transport plans to restore the wider site. And again, as I said before, open up views of the main lodge, how it was originally designed to be viewed in the public domain. Should also say, within the car parking area, there's 3 accessible spaces and proposal for 8 EV spaces and cycle parking with space for further 8 EV spaces as necessary. These are the tree protection plans of the important trees that are worthy of retention, the constraints from those trees, footprints of them, the root protection areas, and then an extract from the woodland management plan, which we've no concerns about overall, subject to minor detail considerations. And then finally, before I just give you a summary and go to the HRA, these are some visuals prepared by the applicant to illustrate the likely completed project, how it will be seen. So that's the main lodge, the rear with the extensions, and looking towards from the lodge behind to the events venue, game larder to the left there. Oh, that's the last one. So in summary, this resubmitted application has addressed some of the previous concerns in the last refusal, but it's still recommended for refusal. We don't believe it's gone by far enough. In principle, a development which conserves and enhances this regionally important building heritage asset and the former stable block could be accepted, but only if the benefits outweighed the harm. And we have talked to the applicant about alternatives that potentially could achieve that, although obviously that's not before us today. And that could include, for example, as set out in the report, visitor accommodation in a smaller venue for wedding or events based on the lodge itself, which conserves the heritage interest in the stable block and doesn't deliver the same amount of harm that we've identified in this proposal. However, as I said, that's not before us at the moment, but the current application is concluded to be a form of major development that would result in unacceptable harm to both the significance of the lodge, the stable block, the heritage interest in the ground of the stable block, both their settings, including the landscape character and tranquility of this area in the national park, as well as representing a wholly unsustainable form of development in this location. So it would not be in the public interest to approve this in our view, and there are no exceptional circumstances to justify this major development, hence the refusal, Chair. If I just turn back now to the Habitats Regulations Assessment, and I know Mark gave you a summary of the background to that on an earlier application, but just to recap, under the Conservation of Habitats and Species Regulations, any development which has the potential to result in likely significant effects on a European site that's not directly connected to the management of that site must be subject to a Habitat Regulations assessment. And that, as Mark outlined earlier, and the same in this case, is a staged approach, which I can summarise as stage 1, which is a screening to see what, if any, likely significant effects would be posed by the development. And if they can't be excluded, then you move on to the second stage, which is an assessment, an appropriate assessment stage, which considers those detailed effects and any mitigation which might be employed to mitigate those impacts satisfactorily. If they can't be mitigated, then you move on to the third and fourth stages of alternative solutions and whether there's an overriding reason in the public interest to accept that, and then you look more detailed at mitigation. In this case, we had a shadow habitats regulation assessment submitted by the applicants with the application, which sets out that the development is not necessary clearly for the conservation enhancement of or management of the designated moorland sites. So it's necessary to screen the development to what likely impacts could have an impact on the sites. And they are likely to be noise, illumination and visual disturbance impacts, recreational disturbance impacts and impacts related to fire and arson. So given the proximity of the development to that site, these can't be screened out. So we've moved on to the appropriate assessment stage, which considered what those likely significant effects were likely to be. And that would be the risk of fireworks or sky lanterns relating to the possible risk of wildfires on the moorland areas, which would be a significant impact. There's also the noise and impacts of the recreational disturbance. So the applicant's SRHRA, the Shadow Habitats Regulations Assessment, proposed a suite of measures in mitigation, which in summary are a restriction on no release of any fireworks or sky lanterns in that area during any event at any time of the year, and any guests staying there would be subject to exactly the same restrictions at any events. Acoustic insulation will be employed in the renovations to keep down the outspill of any noise from the events buildings. Upper decibel limit on sound systems and limits on hours of use. Increasing the buffer of woodland at the boundaries to maintain that and minimise disturbance to the breeding birds on the other side of the boundary. And Natural England, who were consulted on both the original application and this, have agreed that the conclusions of that report, if that's taken into account, there will be no adverse impact on the integrity of the sites. So we've agreed with that, provided that mitigation is secured by condition in the event of an approval. Then we concluded that the potential significant impacts can be avoided and there'll be no likely significant effect. So the recommendation, Chair, is that Habitat Regulations Assessment is adopted by this authority as the competent authority to carry out that assessment. Thank you. I'll turn it back to you, Chair. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. We have two speakers. I think before we do anything else, we'll listen to what they have to say. I don't know whether you have a particular order between you, but I've got Mr. Mark Boyd down first. Is that right? Right. Are you familiar with our processes? Yes, you are. Okay, good. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and members, for the opportunity to speak today. As an at-risk heritage asset of regional importance, the aspirations to rejuvenate Thornseat Lodge transcend the limitations of key development policies. Intended to uphold the landscape character of this national park, these policies fail to recognise or allow for the tremendous potential of sites like Thornseat Lodge to deliver public benefits that enhances understanding and appreciation of the Peak District's rich history. With perceived harm significantly reduced compared to the previous scheme, plus acknowledged benefits in restoring a heritage asset, the balance is evidently more poised to justify the proposal's approval, and we offer the following comments to temper and reframe these perceptions of harm. The character and setting of Thornseat Lodge, namely its archaeological significance, can be conserved by an extensive recording of the site's archaeological features, informing a series of educational panels to be located around the venue, promoting the site's history to visitors. We encourage members to recognise the public benefits within this approach, the alternative being an unsafe and unsightly ruin blotting the landscape, its character lost, along with the unique opportunity to revive and reveal to the public a valuable example of the Peak District's built heritage. Tranquility and Dark Skies will be protected by relocating 2 existing marquee wedding businesses, which operate under permitted development rights, into the purpose-built venue proposed. As such, the proposals wouldn't affect an otherwise tranquil area. Impact from existing operations on Tranquility and Dark Skies is already very much present. Comparatively, the venue at Thornseat Lodge offers much greater control over sources of impact, including Dark Skies compliant lighting and noise-limiting sound systems, securing the future of a regionally important heritage asset in the process. This represents a betterment in that it reduces existing impact on Tranquility and Dark Skies. Relocating existing operations similarly ensures limited impact on highways. Additional commitments to further minimise traffic movements include minibus services to transport guests to and from the venue. The sustainability of the site's location is an unavoidable constraint, but this is applicable across the entire Peak District. Inherent within your ability to access and experience the National Park's beauty is the necessity to do so by car in most cases. Therefore, holding car travel against the proposals, particularly where net impact is not significant, contradicts aspirations to maximise access to and enjoyment of the National Park. In summary, refusing the proposals risks consigning Thornseat Lodge to its demise. Unanimous amongst officers and members and the public is the pursuit of a viable reuse of Thornseat Lodge, and these proposals are that viable use. Officers have acknowledged the applicant's commitment to all reasonable mitigation measures, and time is not on our side to continue to wait for alternatives. It's within the gift of members to acknowledge and embrace the benefits within the proposals, boosting the local economy and tourism, heritage conservation, improving the visual landscape in the Peak District, and recognising and valuing local sentiment. Accordingly, we ask members to approve the rejuvenation of this regional asset for the enjoyment of ours and future generations. Thank you.
Well timed. Thank you. The next speaker I've got is Rachel Woodhouse-Haig. When you're ready, please start.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm actually one of the owners of the lodge. So I just wanted to take a couple of moments of your time just to recap where we were it's almost 2 years since I was last here, and I see some councillors are still here that were here before. And I hope that the ones that are here can remember the application and appreciate that we've tried hard to address the comments that came out of that meeting. The sustainability, we've looked really hard into everything. We've had a number of different feasibility schemes looking at different ways, solar panels, heat pumps, things like that. And we've come out with the biomass boiler system with the district heating, and that's backed up with a full quote so that we know that it's something we can operate. We've got experience on some of our other sites in Bradfield. We've also looked at retaining more of the internal fabric, which I know was important, and it was important to me. We just needed to get it right so that we knew that everything could work and that this is something that we want to do for the next 100 years. This is not something that is a flash in the pan. So we've managed to retain more internal walls, put more detail on there about the fenestration, the doors, the cornicing that can be replicated. The only problem is that the sooner we act, the sooner that our craftsmen can start to replicate what is still left. We bought the site in 2018 through a new setup. We came to pre-app in 2018 and sat with John, discussed with him our ideas of the wedding venue, and all this has come from that, and there's been 5 years of solid work to get to where we are, and we don't feel that we can go anywhere else with this. The business plan is the wedding venue to support the restoration of this building. I mean, to scaffold that building would be £107,500. After that, it would be £5,000 a week higher. If we'd have scaffolded that in 2018, we'd have been up at 1.25 million in scaffold and we'd be no further forward. So this is the problem that we're up against. So this is why the whole wedding and events venue business has been born out of it. We hope that we've backed it up with enough market testing viability data. I know John discusses market testing and the possibility of an individual out there that would take it on to make it a family home. This property has actually been within the whole wider family for more than 25 years, and we don't want to sell this property. We want a business for our children to run there, and we want to keep it in the family. So this is one of the only ways that we can do it without finding someone to, if there is anyone out there that wants to come and buy it, it's not what we want. In terms of just looking at, thank you.
If you're very quick, you can finish your sentence.
I just wanted to say, in terms of relocating businesses like a wedding venue to, for example, Low Bradfield, it would be unsustainable. The village is already chock-a-block, and these villages are chock-a-block with visitors without another venue like this in there to add into the mix. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, members. I'm not sure who actually came on the site visits 2 years ago. I know Dermot did, and Kath and Ken. Were you with us? No? I did. Yes, that side came and the other side didn't, I think is the short answer. That's right. Yeah, because he came... Yes, yeah. Certainly the last time it came before this committee, there was very great anxiety amongst members to see this house restored, put back to some sort of condition. And there were a number of outstanding issues which we had no information on, and the decision was taken to refuse it. But what the minutes of the meeting record is that there is the concern about this being a major development in the countryside. But it goes on to say that we were concerned about the need for detailed and clear information about the viability of other options and of the need for the supporting development. That was the big issue that was there at the time. And I think members at the time felt we were so far from that with the application as it stood then, that it was better to refuse it than to keep it hanging in the open air, which is why it now comes back to us. The issue now for us is to look at what the concerns are about this being a major development and the issues that are raised by the report against the importance, which I think all members felt at the time, and I'm guessing still feel now, of doing something about this quite remarkable building. The key to it all, of course, is viability. I've made the point to officers before the meeting. I'm not sure that this report yet fully addresses the viability issue for us. I've actually tried to read the viability report, but I'm not actually sure exactly what the viability issues are, and also what other options might be viable. It seems to me to be crucial. If you want to keep this building, the solution has to be viable. I mean, there may come a point when the only viable solution is unacceptable because of environmental reasons or whatever. But viability lies at the heart of what happens to this building in the future. I think we need to keep our eye on that as we go through the discussion today. Right, open to members. Has anybody got any thoughts on this thing? Let's start with Ken Richardson from Barnsley. Yes.
Yeah, it's rather unusual that such a nice building gets a second chance. I've just been looking on Google Earth because I didn't go on the site visit. And it's up to applicant to be content that it's a viable solution. It's not for us to determine. It's not a planning matter. That if they think it is a viable solution to a wedding venue there, I would fully support this.
All right. Okay. Kath Potter. Ken Smith.
I fully support this application too. 2 or 3 years back, we went to Grindleford and up the steep Sir William Hill Road, and on the right was something that changed my mind considerably. The application was to rebuild something that was basically a pile of stones, overgrown with grass because it had been derelict for so long. And the officers, I thought, had got it right when they put refusal. Next morning, all had changed. We were now going for approval. And I commend the officers for having the will and determination to go from refusal to approval. And that has stood in my mind ever since. And I've kept relating it to this application here. It was a magnificent building, My concern was that the chapel-like building would have been ideal for PV tiles, and in the last application I don't seem to recall any green issues, and that was my main concern, but that has been addressed. I really don't need to go on, I don't think. I've got quite a lot of things to say, but I've seen such a will and determination to do something with this wonderful building. I will support it wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Ken Smith next.
Thank you, Chair. I voted against the previous application, and the current one, for me, raises similar questions for which I don't see particularly answers at this stage. It does seem to me that yes, I've got no quibble with the building and its design landscape being of regional significance and worthy of conservation. But the speakers have emphasised the need for haste, that time is running out, but also noted it's been in their ownership for over 2 decades. Now, neglect has occurred over those 2 decades, and what I'm afraid of is that because of this emphasis on the need to do something and to do something quick, that we can be rushed into a scheme that, yes, may well do something towards the conservation of the building, though most of its interior will be gone. A little bit has been added from the previous application. The impact on the design landscape from the provision of an 80-car car park and an overflow area is huge. The impact on the setting, the character of that building is significant, I would suggest. We saw that from the plans of how the car park area would be accessed. Now, those decades of neglect are mainly the reasons why the costs have increased. If it had been dealt with when it had been first purchased, the costs wouldn't have been so great. The need for enabling development as perceived wouldn't have been there. And what has occurred from my perspective is overdevelopment. This is a major commercial development in the heart of a quiet and unused, relatively, part of the Peak District. And it's the impacts of that development on the building, which, yes, the main facade and the side facades will be refurbished, but the rear will be impacted by the proposed extensions. The impact on the landscape because of the car park, the need to service those buildings. We've got to bear in mind that we're looking at a maximum of 150 people using that area, using that facility. Those are significant commercial impacts. And I think the whole point about the viability report is that what we haven't seen is what would be the viability element of a domestic owner, of someone taking it on. I fully understand why the owners might not want to sell, but I think those are things that we still need to consider, Ken's point notwithstanding. I think that there are elements of detail that I think would need to be considered if this ever went to approval. We've already heard about the incongruity of the existing garage and the proposed works. I think the extensions to the rear look more like twin chapels with the fenestration that they have, rather than anything reflecting the nature and style of the original building. I think the biomass boiler, it's not clear to me how that's going to be fed, where the material will be stored. I mean, we know from this location that under the courtyard outside is a huge holding tank for the biomass material. How is that going to be stored? How is it going to be fed? The report suggests that there will be provided 8 electric vehicle charging points with a possibility of 8 more. Does the local power supply actually support that? This is one of the things that we've been told on previous applications, that no, we can't have more electric charging points because the infrastructure won't support it. So it's for those minor reasons, but for me, the overdevelopment that this proposal reflects is why I would support the recommendation, Chair. I don't see the sustainability element that has been suggested is occurring when we've got to have up to 80 vehicles coming into the Peak District on those roads at times that we don't know when the majority of the events will occur. There's no timetable for those. So it's all those reasons that I think it's overdone, and I do think that we should take time out to consider seriously whether this is an appropriate development, because I don't think it is. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that's right. Now I've got Jean Warmby, who's been waving her hands frantically. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Well, I just think it's an opportunity that we can actually bring this building back to an absolutely beautiful state. And I honestly think from the plans that I've seen up there and the ideas that they've got, I know you might think from what Ken said, you know, we're thinking about the Peak Park, but we've got to think of the people that visit the Peak Park. This would be an asset. They can see this building brought back into the beautiful building that it was. And also they'll have the opportunity to visit it, stay there. You said that they'll be able to see that now from the road. That's another opportunity for people that are in the area. The parish council's got no objections from what I've read in the paper. There is conditions put in place, as been said, which is the fireworks, things like that. There's lots of conditions that officers can put there and liaise with the people that actually own this building. Do we want to see unsightly ruins on the landscape in the Peak Park? I don't think people want to see that that are visiting here. So I feel really strongly about this. I'm up for approval for this application. Thank you.
Any other members? Mike, this is your patch. Do you want to contribute?
I think I better, Chair. As a councillor on Sheffield City Council, I will declare that interest, but I do not represent Stannington Ward, which is where this application is located. I think like other councillors, Dermot and Jean have already mentioned, this is a building that deserves to be renovated and restored. And the difficulty we have is that we have to find ways to finance that. Unless you're going to have a billionaire take up residence on Morsomley Road, then you are looking at commercial ways to try and fund and support this. I do, though, have some reservations. You know, we're talking here about bringing people in by minibus, and that is totally what, you know, the kind of thing we should be looking at, so that we're not having too much car usage on these quiet country roads. And that does then beg the question why you would have an 80-space car park in the place. And I do think that there are certain things that we should be looking at. There's been criticism of the biomass boiler, and I think there's a location very near to where we are right now at Alden House that has something very similar. So I'm not quite sure why we would object to that. But perhaps some of the space in the 80 vehicle car. I do think that there are things that we need to work at. The other thing is the extension at the back, whether it looks like a chapel added. Lots of big homes had chapels attached to them in feudal times. Would that be seen from the open countryside? Because I rather thought that by having the extension at the back, then it's...
The ground rises behind it. Would probably be seen from the... if you were standing on the moor, probably you'd see the top of it, I would guess. But,
yeah, but it's how prominent that would be in the landscape, given the size of the building that it's added to. So I am leaning towards supporting this application, or rather to deferring it so that we can get some of the concerning details ironed out on this.
I'm going to take that one up, because before the meeting I had been advised that there are issues which relate both to the habitat regulations and to this that we've got to sort out. And the thing that is absolutely clear is I think the officers were hoping that this was going to be refused, and I don't think you've got any draft conditions if it was to be approved, have you?
No, they would need extensive work in the event of a
and I think your deferral might be, of the two, the right answer. But let's take this slowly. and see where we've got to. Just tell me, if we were to approve it today, what would be the issues?
Well, we would need to have quite an extensive conversation about conditions. There'd be a whole list of conditions. If you're approving it as submitted with no alteration or no changes, the habitat regulations assessment would need to be re-looked at in the event of approval. We're advised by our legal officer that...
Can you explain that a bit more clearly for us? Why?
It's the Natural England comment.
Yeah, sorry. Just going back to...
Well, whichever one of you wants to talk
Picking up
about
on the Natural England comment.
Sorry, do you want my microphone?
Yeah, happy to.
So, so it's an important point that in relation to the affected habitat that Natural England have commented that as a planning authority we're classed as the competent authority to undertake the habitats regs assessment, and what we've done is we've referred to the shadow habitat regs assessment, and we've kind of accepted a lot that's in there, but Natural England have advised that actually we should be setting out our own habitats regs assessment and setting out the mitigation conditions that fall out of that. And I think we've said we've accepted all of those. So it's a formality in some ways that we have to reset that out. But I think it does give us that time to do that and actually satisfy the habitats regs requirement, plus work through the conditions required. I should also say from our point of view as well that, you know, we should be doing more than just looking to mitigate harm here. We actually should be looking for conservation and enhancement. We should be looking for net gain. And some of the things we've referred to are actually about impact to a place where it's very quiet at the minute. So I think we do need some thought on what that net gain is. And we've gone further in several areas. We've observed the sustainability measures, sound, light, I think like that are good responses. So thank you for that. There's still some reference in the report as well to wider impacts in the valley of other holiday uses that are going on in other sites. And there's reference to can we get control at that level as well. So I'd like to explore that, whether there's any other section 106 agreement to explore the removal of other harms in the valley, and that would actually lead to net gain in that Bradfield area. It's a kind of concentration of the uses that you're looking to support here, but in one better managed place. So I think that there's 2 or 3 reasons in there for me, the kind of habitats regs, the conditions and the legal agreement that just deserves that more time to work through. But I think you can see the direction of travel of the members. We hear that, but I think there's more work to do to get us to that point. Thank you.
Can I have that? Yes, sorry, I've suddenly picked up Ken first, Ken Richardson first, and then Ginny.
I understand what you're saying about this regulation, but you do actually, in item 10, move that the report's adopted. So in actual fact, you're saying, yes, on the one hand, because you thought this might be refused, hoping it wouldn't be refused, but you can't change your mind now and say it needs a better assessment. You've already done the assessment and you wanted us to agree it.
And Natural England have commented on that.
Yeah, but in the report, it takes into account that, saying that this report be adopted as the authority's assessment of likely significant effects. Now, if you want to have some conditions to mitigate those effects, fine, but you can't go back rewriting a report because you don't get the result you wanted.
I wasn't proposing.
No, I understand the point you're making, Ken. I think probably it's a bit unfair. Look, can I just say to members this? We are not in a position to, if this is the will of the members, we're not actually in a position where we can grant this at this precise moment with conditions that we know and understand. And Mike Chaplin has also made similar points, which we do need to look at. it is entirely for members to decide exactly how to set about. My suggestion is that we resolve that we are in agreement that we would wish to see something approved here, and that a report be made back to a future meeting setting out the conditions so that we know exactly what they are. Ginny?
Can I just ask, it says that the Highway Authority haven't commented. Could we get a report from the Highway Authority? This is quite, I am basically supportive, but these are very small roads that this lodge is on. So could we just get an opinion from the Highway Authority?
Yes, I'll pursue that. I might need Mike's help to pursue that, because we do have some difficulty getting comments out of the council on cases in the park.
Okay.
Chair, happy to have a conversation after the meeting on that.
I've got two more hands up again. I'm going to sort of take a vote shortly, but I actually need a resolution shortly as well. Jean Warmby and then Ken Richardson.
Can I just ask if this does go to deferral, how long we'd have to wait for it to come back to committee?
Well, can we get it back to the next meeting in July? With the conditions?
That would be the aim. We also have to agree the terms of the Section 106 agreement as well. Look at land, etc. But we should be able to get a draft back to that.
Certainly no later than August.
The July meeting, the deadline for that would be in about, 3 weeks, is it?
Is it?
It comes quite quick. I have to look at the dates. We'll do our best to do it as quickly as possible. It's not in our interest to have it hanging around any longer.
Well, the resolution would be to report back no later than August. If there is a resolution. I haven't got a proposal in front of me yet, actually. Right,
Chair,
Mike Chaplin.
I'll put a proposal that we defer this application
with a strong indication.
With a strong indication towards approving
minded to.
the application.
With a strong indication that we are minded to approve, and that a report be made back no later than the August committee, setting out the terms of the conditions of any planning permission, any improvements that can be achieved, and the outline of the Section 106.
You took the words out of my mouth, Chair.
Does that make sense? Is that what you're proposing?
Yes.
Good. Ken Richardson.
Yeah, I'd like to put a counter proposal that we actually, the feeling of the meeting is to approve this application. So I would more strongly say that we conditionally approve it for the conditions to be approved, or at least that we are minded to approve it.
Well, I think that's effectively what we've just said, actually.
I'm not asking for a deferment, though. That's the change.
Well, you can't say you're minded to approve it and not defer it, if I may put it that way around. You either approve it now...
conditional on the conditions imposed by the officers coming back to this meeting. A deferment could be forever.
Yeah.
And we need it before August and all.
And yes, we do need it before August, because obviously holiday month and we often have no numbers. So I think it should be July.
Right, Mike?
I'm sorry. I do have some sympathy with the chair and the officers on this. The team are not fully staffed up. There is a lot of work to be done on this. I know it's something I very much want to see come to fruition, but I do think we have to get this right. And I do think there will be adverse consequences in Sheffield if we were just to go ahead and approve the application without making sure that we've got a proper set of conditions in place to make this work.
What I'm going to do now, I think that your motion was seconded by Ginny. That is the substantive motion. Has anybody got a formal amendment to it? If there is no amendment to it, then I'm going to take a... Sorry, Jean?
Can I just ask, is it possible to amend that we actually say that we want it back in July?
That, if you wish to amend that, that's, you can, that is an
I
amendment.
know you might think I'm being very unreasonable, but I'm also conscious of what Kath said, that this committee could change by August.
Well, it'll change in July.
Yeah, but I mean, it could change by August with people not being here because of holidays and things like that. And I just feel as though...
The only thing, I think you've got to be realistic. The next meeting, I think, is in the second week in July. 14th of July. We're now on the 16th of June. The time period for agendas to come out is about a fortnight, 2.5 weeks, to put together all the conditions and everything on an application as complex as this one in that period of time, I think would be very difficult indeed.
I don't mean to sound rude, but if you had thought this might happen, wouldn't you have had those things in place? And I know I'm not a planner. I only am on the committee and I listen to lots of advice, but that is just my thought.
I understand that point entirely, but we're at where we are at the moment. So if that is your amendment, you're entitled to put it, and I'm entitled to put it to the vote.
I can understand now why you don't want me to do the amendment, so I put my bag forward because of the time scale. But I just feel as though I just don't want this to disappear.
No, I don't think there's any member who, apart from Ken, who is going to be in any doubt about what people are asking for. So no, let's leave it. The motion is as we have put together with Mike Chaplin. There are no amendments, so I'm now putting that motion to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4. Those against? 1, 2, 3. 4. 4. Well, in that case, I'm going to cast my vote in accordance with Mike Chaplin's motion. Okay? And so that it comes back to us in August at the latest. You've got the mood of the meeting. And we've also got to approve those habitat regulations, haven't we? So, can we move the habitat regulations as they're set out as well? Okay. And then any further report you need to put to us, you can put back in August. Okay. Right. I wasn't really expecting that, but there we are. Let's move on to. Thank you very much for your attendance, and we're moving on to another item on the agenda. Right. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 14, which is Top Riley in Eam, which I think we'll find on
Just
page...
bear with me, Chair, while I alter the presentation.
Which is on agenda item 131. Yeah, okay. Right, are you...
Yeah, just change the presentation and just catching up to that position, so bear with me, please. Right, this is full application for a change of use from domestic garden to camping pod site at Top Riley, Riley Lane, Eam. The application site is on the screen behind me. Application site is outlined in red in the usual way, with other land in ownership outlined in blue. So this is the property, former farmstead, Top Riley.
I know it anyway.
It's located to the east of the village of Eam, at the end of Riley Lane, which leads from the village, serves another property to the west, and finishes at the Top Riley property. It also carries a very popular bridleway and public footpath, which branch off just before the site. The footpath goes down the side of what's known as Pretty Wood, this area of woodland, which is in the applicant's ownership, and the bridleway peels off a little bit earlier. At the property, you've got the main house. There's a conversion to 3 holiday cottages, and in addition to that, there is a camping barn. And the application site, as I say, is a small field, although it's described as garden. It has more of the character of an adjoining paddock, which is situated on this sort of hillside site, but being near the top and in sort of a slight hollow surrounded by existing woodland, the fall off of the ground and tree planting, and the rising ground to the west is screened from the wider landscape. You need to be virtually on top of it before you see into this space. These footpaths are very popular, as I said. They drop down towards Froggatt, Stony Middleton, and on the approach to the site off Riley Lane is the very popular historical tourist attraction of the Riley Graves, which attracts many visitors each year. The application site plan, block plan I should say in more detail, shows the proposed arrangement of these glamping pods, 8 in total, around the outside of the field, with a parking area on an existing hard surfaced area already used for that purpose. We'll see in the photographs in a moment. So there's a bit more detail. So there'll be access off the existing yard area around the house and barns. There'll be a path access down here to each of the camping pods, and then there'll be 8 car parking spaces on the existing hard area there. The surrounding trees are already being actively managed by the applicant, so there's no concern about the pods impacting on the root protection area of any of those trees. They've been sited to avoid that. In addition, we'll see when we look at the layout, each pod has a bathroom within it. So there's a requirement for a packaged treatment plant to be sited at the bottom end of the site with a soak-away to ground, effectively a mini sewage plant to serve this development. Just a few slides showing this small field area. So this is standing on the bit of grassed area with the hard standing parking area behind the photographer here. So you can see the dense woodland, the fall in the ground. You can just see the sort of Froggatt curb edge in the background there, that skyline. But there's trees in between, and this recently managed block of planting on the left-hand side of this slide. So there'll be 4 pods down this side, 4 pods down there, and the circular pathway and the sewage treatment plant at the bottom discharging to ground. Just a close-up of some of the trees on the left-hand side of the site as view, and then back just showing the general character of the parking area. Our vehicle there is parked as visitors would be, lined up against the walls. There's ample space for parking, no concern about the space there. And there's no real concerns about the landscape impact either, given the quite well-screened location. I put this slide in, it shows the end section of the driveway that leads up to the buildings, and this is where the footpath peels off and goes down the side of the quite dense woodland of pretty wood. So just turning to the pods themselves, and this is the key issue in this application, is the type of pods themselves. Because, as you'll be well aware, in principle, there would be no objections to a small number of true camping pods, i.e. these sort of timber tents with very basic facilities, which we have approved in a small number of cases in well-screened locations around the park. But in this case, these pods, this is the layout of the proposed pods. These are quite large pods, 7 metres by 3 metres, and you'll see in the layout you have a separate bathroom, double bed, settee, basic kitchen facilities, and a dining space there. So they're more than just a simple camping pod. Given those facilities, they're more akin to a small wooden chalet or small lodge, which are core policies in the strategic plan states that in policy R23, such things like static caravans, chalets or lodges will not be permitted. We have put it to the applicant to change these to the simple camping pod, which would have paved the way for overcoming that policy principal objection, but they've requested a determination of the application on the basis of these or sort of super pods, I would call them. Just a few more slides showing the character of these from an external point of view. Timber clad, fairly simple in design, just looking from above. So that's the fundamental issue with this application, that these fall outside of the exemption, the specific exemption that we do allow for small-scale developments in Welsh Green locations. So that's the key reason for refusal in this case. The second concern relates to the access, and alongside the plans of the pods themselves, the applicant submitted a report showing the access route and the availability or the creation of passing places so that vehicles can pass each other on the lane between the main road and the site, overcoming the highway reason or concerns from the Highway Authority. Nevertheless, our view is that the increased traffic as a result of this development, cumulatively with the existing traffic to the existing house, holiday business and bunk house accommodation, is such that it would give rise to an adverse impact on the quiet enjoyment and the tranquility of users of that lane who are on foot or riding. And that is the second reason for refusal, Chair. So for that reason, we have recommended refusal. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We have one speaker, Mr. Roger Yarwood. Right, welcome, Roger. We haven't seen you for a few years. Business not so good. Right, you know the rules.
Thank you for deferring this item for the last month so that I could attend. I hope you've seen the letter of support from Councillor Peter O'Brien, the ward member, whose supporting comments set out a compelling case for permission. This application was submitted over 18 months ago, and throughout that period we've tried hard to cooperate with the former case officer to address the concerns that have been raised. In particular, we've reduced the size of the pods, relocated them well beyond the canopy of the trees, and agreed provision of passing places to the satisfaction of the Highway Authority. It's disappointing, to say the least, that after such a long period of negotiation and after addressing all the concerns which have been raised, we end up with this report. From the site visit, you'll see this is an exceptionally well-screened site, and whatever was located here would have no effect on the landscape other than from its immediate setting. The issue of size and number of pods cannot possibly be a valid concern. Your policy relating to pods is set out in item C of paragraph 30 of the report. And the relevant part says, exceptionally, the development of structures may be permitted where these are small, simple, wooden pod structures in woodland locations with minimal landscape impact. By any standards, these pods are small. They have minimal landscape impact. Your officers have placed an interpretation on the policy which cannot be justified. Case law means that planning policies must be interpreted with a meaning that does not go beyond the actual words. These pods are small, and they make your policy. The only situation in which the council has identified, the National Park Authority has identified an issue is because they include a toilet and shower facility. Would you seriously expect people to occupy these pods and have no toilet facility, no shower facility? Because they would have none otherwise. It only adds 1 metre to the size of the pods. They're still much, much smaller than the chalets that have been referred to. The quoted appeal decision adds no support to the case. The refusal of the pods in that appeal decision were dissimilar and they were in a less screened location. In the event, I believe that decision was flawed in law and should have been challenged. These pods are small. You may be aware that the site at Baslow, Chatsworth have provided 5 shepherd huts, which are much bigger than these, and my client could provide 5 without permission, in the same way that Chatsworth has, and much bigger than these. So the issue before you is whether you want 5 huge chalets or 8 small ones, and whether you have control or no control. Because if you look at this, what's happened at Baslow on the Chatsworth estate, you get something much worse than what you're having proposed here.
I'm going you know the rules. I'm going to have to give you one last sentence.
Well, as to the highway issue, the Highway Authority have not objected to this, and I don't think you can sustain a highway objection. The passing places will more than offset any disadvantage to the users of the path.
Thank you very much. Right. Can I just raise 1 or 2 issues, because I would like to be absolutely clear about it. I'll deal with reason 2 first. The proposal will be contrary to policy T6 and DM policy DMT5. These are the transportation policies. Those are actually about interference with what they term rights of way. Now, look, the M1 is a right of way, but that's not what the policy is referring to. That policy, those 2 policies are referring to public footpaths, bridle paths, BOATs, and so on and so forth. So when you quote those as being the reason for refusal here, what are we referring to? Because the roadway up, as we saw on the site visits, is actually a road open to all vehicles. It's not a public footpath, it's not a bridle path, it's not what would normally refer to as a right of way. Now, there may be a case which members can consider that the additional traffic will cause some interruption to the comfort of people walking along that road. Whether that case can be sustained or not, we can talk about. But I don't see how those 2 particular policy references actually refer to can be used in the reason for refusal. Any thoughts on that?
Sorry, in terms of... Sorry, what you wanted to say?
Yeah, I think we... Do you want to... Can we have a microphone for poor old Brian down here?
Sorry.
Yeah, the Highway Authority view is that the public right-of-way does pass through this way and then joins the right-of-way at the top of the lane. So it sort of serves both functions, really. It's sort of, you've got people coming out of the village using that as a way through to a right-of-way further up, haven't you? So it's a connection of rights-of-way. So it serves a right-of-way function as well. That's what the Highways Authority commented.
So does the M6, the A6 serve a right-of-way function?
For right-of-way as a pedestrian purpose.
Yes, but so does the A6, in part. If you walk up Taddington Dale, you'll soon see what I mean.
I know you're raising a technical point, but I think from our point of view, it's about people's experience of the village and its setting. And it's regularly used by people walking around the village.
But can we be absolutely clear about this? The actual road itself is not a right-of-way within the meaning of those policies. It is a road open to all vehicles.
The road is, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
All I'm saying is that the Highway Authority are referring to a public right-of-way running through that as well.
No, this is the problem.
I think the point we're making was it's not a safety issue. It's an experience point that the increased traffic interferes with your enjoyment of that.
Yes, I understand that point. You're saying that people walking up and down there will be upset by the vehicles. Could you then please comment on the point that Mr. Yarwood made about the size of these? I must admit, I do understand that there is a policy saying we don't like chalets, and I've read that, and we've got that in the report. But what I'm having some difficulty with is this issue of what is meant by small, both in quantity and size. And for example, the policy RT, whatever it is, talks about small touring caravan sites and puts small down as 30 units maximum. So we've got 8 units of something here that may or may not be a chalet, depending upon your point of view. And the big strategic issue seems to be about whether they have loos or not. And I'm trying to wrap my mind around that. The thing we found very clearly on site, at least I found on site, and I assume other members did as well, is that actually this site is virtually out of sight, out of mind. It's not really visible except from within the curtilage of the house itself. So if you're going to put something anywhere, it's as good a place to put it as any. Okay, so what is the big strategic issue here? Because I'm having some difficulty with that.
Okay, so the core strategy continued a long-standing strategic point about resisting permanent structures at the scale of chalets, lodges and static caravans, because we have a landscape that is quite bare at big times of the long periods of the year. It's open landscape, and permanent structures stand out and conflict with our commitment to undeveloped wilder landscapes as a national park. So it's a strategic point that as you start to allow these structures, they become more prevalent, bigger, and that's the pressure we've seen over time. Clearly, the tourism market is a changing beast, and we've seen the glamping trend come forward. And we reviewed that last time on our development management policies, and we did find scope for a very limited exception to that policy. And that's the way that the policy is framed, DMR1. So it says exceptionally, and that links it back to our strategic policy that we're not really looking for permanent structures in the landscape, but exceptionally we can find scope for small, simple wooden pod structures, and they were really meant to be the camping pod. It's a covered pod for camping, because we're relating that to our other policy on small touring and campsites. So it's in that bracket, it's seen it as a kind of camping mode. The point about provision doesn't apply to tents either, does it? About toilets and kitchens doesn't apply to that. So people are using tented campsites without those facilities and walking to them. So we're seeing it in the same regard, really. Completely take the point about the fact that there could be some areas of the landscape where the landscape harm is very minimal, and that's an important point. And I think we've accepted that point, that it's actually good in those respects. So what we're really looking at is harm to our strategic policy approach. And it's an important one, because we've already seen in the time that we've adopted these policies the explosion of new products and the number of pods and shepherd's huts that are appearing in the landscape. So it's a bit of a line in the sand. You know, we are making a point here of saying how far can you go with size and numbers of these. And our preference would be to try and keep that back within the realms of policy, which is talking about simple structures, because that gives us consistency over time. The more that we move to bigger structures that are equipped, the more that becomes the norm. We will start to see this becoming the norm for chalets and lodge development, which will cause harm to the landscape over time. If this was to be approved by members, I'd be looking to refer this one back to a future committee under standing orders to actually look at the policy implications of that.
Okay. Well, that's enough for me. Other members, have they got any points or questions? Ginny?
One of the points was on access, and I note in the objections raised that they're saying that the applicant doesn't actually own that piece of land that the road goes through, the access road goes through. Can we just establish that, please? Because without that ownership or agreement, the passing places are not viable.
What are you referring to?
Yeah, it's under representations, number 26.
Oh, right.
Where it says he doesn't own any of it. This is not just a question of passing places.
Chair,
Well, yes, that would have to be an agreement, yes.
Are you okay for
Yes. Well, I think I've got the answer. The short answer is that if you did decide to approve this, there would have to be a Section 278 is it, agreement with the Highway Authority, and they would have to make the arrangements for those things to be provided. Most of them will be within the highway anyway. Right, members, anybody else got any points they wish to make? Mike Chaplin, and then Ken Richardson.
Yes, I really struggled with this one when I went on the site visit, because the area chosen is that small field, and it was very secluded. The trees give 3 sides of protection, and it is set in a dip in the landscape. So the location isn't what I would call prominent. People aren't going to see it, except as maybe if they pass by quite close to the site. So I couldn't see a problem with it in that way. The other thing is, I suppose, with times have moved on in the way we deal with our ablutions, and people want inside toilets, don't they? Anyone who watched £10 Poms recently would have, actually it was the documentary after, and seen what people had to put up with when they went out to Australia.
Still do in some places.
Yes, and I don't think we would really want to encourage that. Thank you, Chair.
Ken Richardson I've got next.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I looked on Google Earth, and it seems to this road just supports 4 or 5 properties. How does big wagons get up there? How will the waste from this development be sorted out? And also, because they've all got WCs, etc., what about the drains? Will it connect at main drain?
The report tells us it'll either be a septic tank or these, what do you call them? Package things. So. Well, members, we seem to be at an impasse. Does anybody wish to propose anything?
I do think the parish council has a relative objection. I would hate for somebody to be, some walkers walking up there and they will run into it. I think it is very narrow, and I think it's quite frightening, really. I'm undecided, personally.
Jean, are you about to...
I'm just thinking, the 4 houses must have vehicles, so there must be vehicles going up there to the houses. And I should think the passing places would enhance that, especially for people walking. I mean, my thoughts are, I think they look quite small. I didn't go on the site visit, but from what other colleagues have said, they're well screened. I raised issues of being sorted with the passing points, whether you'll have to get the agreement and the sections put in place. And again, it's just my comment that I really want people to visit the Peak National Park and enjoy it. And I'm sorry, but I'd want the toilet. That's just my opinion.
Ken Richardson.
Yeah, I've just been reading objections again, and it says that hundreds of school children go to the Riley graves. That's just further on. Well, we did have a little bit of a generous claim in one of our applications. We wanted to shut a park down, and this guy says there's 400,000 visitors a year there. That puts it above Stonehenge.
Members, can I have a motion from someone? No?
Chair, I think a lot of members are looking at the recommendation, and they're not happy with the recommendation as it stands.
No.
So I think we have to look at.
Well, we've heard what's said, haven't we? Which is that officers are going to, if this is put down for approval, officers are going to bring it back to us anyway. And if members are not very happy about it, at the moment, because there's clearly a lot of uncertainty. I am going to move it for approval, knowing what's going to happen next, just simply so that we can get our act together. And if it is necessary, we may have to do another site visit, but I hope we can avoid that. Anyway, I've moved it for approval.
I will second that.
You've seconded it. Has anybody got any further comments on that? All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? 2. Right. That,
Can we just be clear that approval is subject to
it-
7, 8 and the conditions?
and well, they will be coming back with
Yeah.
suggested conditions next time round. If,
Well, I would also say I would be referring that under
yeah, no, we.
section 148 as well, understanding others, to explore the policy issues on that.
Yeah, no, we understand that, and I think that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it's the right thing to do, actually, to get the whole story.
Okay.
Okay. The next one I have is the Heatherley in Kerbar, and I think we've got 2 speakers there, but we don't want you just quite
Chair,
there.
before you go in, you're about 7 minutes off the
Yes, I'm about.
clock.
Right. Well, let's do that first, shall we? It is 6 minutes to 1. We have, I think, a couple of things to do before we ought to stop for lunch. So all those in favour of going on after 1 o'clock? Anyone against? That is carried. And we will now move on to John introducing Heatherley Kerbar.
This, again, is a full application for a proposed annex site to the rear of the dwelling, known as Heatherley, just off the hill in the village of Kerber. There's the application site. Excuse behind me, you've got the Heatherley property, which is a substantial bungalow, sits in the western part of the site. And within the grounds, there is a detached garage. The back of the garden backs onto a 2-storey traditional building that forms the harbour strip back there. There's landscaping around here, and you'll see there's parking off in front of the garage, and there's also parking in front here, closer to the bungalow itself. And the access again provides access to this grazing land. Probably keep horses and some sheep on that bit of open land in the centre of the village.
No sheep,
Just horses.
just horses.
Thank you. And you've got residential property across and behind. So the proposal is to demolish the existing garage, and replace it with a new build annex for a dependent relative, which will be constructed in stone with a blue slate roof. It will have a double bedroom, wide mounted areas, and parking in front for 2 vehicles. Have you got their mics on?
Oh, it's me.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. So there's parking for 2 vehicles in front, and as I say, there's further parking here, which is not clearly shown on this drawing. So that's the footprint of the existing garage. No particular merit, and this is the proposed footprint of the residential annex. It's explained to us that the applicant has got 2 elderly relatives, one of whom at some point will come to live with them in the main bungalow as part of the extended accommodation there within the house itself, or bungalow, and the second relative would occupy this annex in the garden. You see the layout there, designed for accessible needs as well. Existing garage, this is the elevation to the cul-de-sac. You can see the 2-storey building in the background in the adjoining property. And the footprint. The ground would be slightly lowered there to accommodate this development, so it would be a very simple building that would appear just like a stone and slate roof garden building, simply detailed. And then looking up from the bungalow as existing, as proposed. And from the top side, this is looking at the existing garage from the field side where the horses are kept, which is outside the site area. This would be the elevation, but it would be hidden behind the hedgerow largely. And then from the rear, which abuts the two-storey building, and as proposed. So a very simple residential annex, which our policies do allow for, provided they are of a suitable scale, controlled to remain in the ownership and control in a single planning unit. So we've suggested conditions to achieve that. It is sized commensurate to the need. It doesn't cause any impact on neighbours. It retains adequate parking for the site as a whole, and is designed using natural local materials in sympathy with both the bungalow and the local building tradition. So for the reasons set out and the subject to those conditions, the application is recommended for approval, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have two speakers. We've got you down in a particular order of Marsha North. Is that you? That's good. You're first on then. That's good.
Hello, everyone. Switch it on, I believe.
Yes, that's fine.
Right. The site layout plan submitted by the applicant is deceiving because it's not to scale. Contrary to what the planning officer says, Heatherley does not have a large garden. It's made to look large on this layout because the annex and its associated parking is made to look smaller than it really is. This is a very, very serious distortion of fact, because when the correct scale is applied, there is simply not enough room for the annex and its associated parking on the site. I object to the position of the annex at the top of the slope, directly against the rear wall of our 400-year-old gritstone barn. This forms one of our boundaries with the applicant. It is in the annex is in fact too close to both our boundaries. The other one is the field. There should be at least a metre space. The annex is also too high, and the proposal to lessen its impact by lowering the foundations by 2 feet means deeper excavation within close proximity to our barn, which is 400 years old. It has no foundation because of its age and could be seriously damaged. The applicant has recently built some parking for the main bungalow, but that isn't shown on the site plan if it comes on the screen. Again, disguising the lack of space on the site. This proposal amounts to overdevelopment, and the inaccurate site layout conceals this. In view of this, the Planning Committee cannot and should not find in favour of this application. The applicant should have provided a professional and to scale site layout drawing showing the true state of affairs. This hasn't been done. The planning officer did not pick up on any of these issues, which is alarming. She doesn't seem to understand what the conservation area is or its value to our village. She refers to our 400-year-old barn as a neighbouring 2-storey building and thinks that putting an artificial stone structure bang smack against it would not have any adverse impact. We are talking about the heritage of our village here and our duty to preserve it. She writes that the annex will not have a significant impact on the site at Heatherley. It will. There will be overdevelopment. Then there is the applicant's need to care for his dependent relatives in their wheelchairs. Has the authority received any satisfactory evidence of this, or is it being used as a persuasive means of obtaining planning permission? Please, please refuse this application. Thank you very much for being able to put these points.
Oh, sorry, I beg your pardon. I thought you were going to come up automatically. I do apologise. Please take your seat.
Thank you.
It's Miss Boxton, isn't it?
Sandra
That's right.
Boxton,
Yes,
yes.
thank you. You have 3 minutes to make your points for us, Mrs. Boxton.
Mr.
Oh, sorry. Is it
That's
on?
in. That's on. Yes, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my bungalow is the only other property on the small cul-de-sac situated off the hillock. I have measured the footprint of the proposed new building and the plans appear to be highly inaccurate. The proposed new build is illustrated as a small dwelling in the corner of the garden with parking for 2 cars. In reality, this is a substantial building, almost 9 metres wide and 7 metres deep, and constitutes overdevelopment of the site. The plan does not take into account the distance required for it to be built away from the barns in the conservation area and the wide access and appropriate ramps and pathways to facilitate the wheelchair user and a carer. Point 4 states that there is adequate parking on site. Quote, "There are no neighbouring concerns." This is incorrect. I emailed Peak Park Planning on the 6th of April and raised my concerns on the issue of the provision of parking spaces. In relation to the initial planning application, I also mentioned that there were clear photo images of houses and cottages in the vicinity. However, the long shot of my bungalow opposite did not accurately represent its close proximity to Heatherley. There is already a lack of privacy and little or no screening by trees or hedges. Contrary to point 6, Heatherley does not have a large garden. A full site survey with actual measurements of the new build and area which it will cover appears to be absent. However, it is critical to this application. Point 55, it states that there are no concerns regarding parking. However, it may well be that the substantial size, 9 metres by 7, of the proposed new building actually mitigates the possibility of any designated parking at all. I did state in my email of the 6th of April that reduced parking space at Heatherley would necessitate the driver encroaching on the drive of my bungalow, making manoeuvring very difficult in the restricted space. Parking frequently takes place on the pavements of this cul-de-sac to allow access to the field and to properties. Thank you for allowing me to raise these concerns, and I hope that after due consideration of the facts that you will refuse this application.
Thank you. Can I just be clear about where you live? Is it the the one at the bottom?
Which is Cottage Farm Bungalow.
Right on the bottom. Thank you very much. Well, we need to be sure about one thing anyway, which is whether this plan is accurate. We're told that it's not. Now, I don't know what checks have been made on that, but if, for example, the new annex is larger than is shown on the plan, then there's clearly not going to be space for 2 cars. So what we've got to do is to get to grips with the facts. Can we help with that?
Well, I've been to site, but I've not checked with a tape measure the measurements. There was a decent-sized garage there on the site, and there was space in.
The garage is 5 by 3. The proposal is 7 by 9, and there is parking already created on the site at Heatherley, which hasn't been shown on that layout, for 3 cars.
Yeah, there's space in front of the garage for parking, and that space is maintained in this layout. I've no reason to believe, without going out and measuring it, that there isn't that space available. There is a.
Well,
I
must ask you, please, not to join in the meeting. It may affect your building, but we can't consider this properly if we've got interruptions from the public gallery. I'm sorry. We've listened to you very carefully. We're trying to solve your problems. But let's get this quite clear.
There is admittedly not shown on this block plan, which isn't helpful. There is further parking spaces off-street between the annex and the main bungalow. On the issue of the neighbouring property, yes, it is being built pretty much hard up against it. There are other regulations that cover that. There's no reason in planning why you can't build up against another building like that. Details of structural stability are covered by building regulations and other it's not a party wall, but similar acts. So from a planning point of view, I had no concerns that you couldn't fit this on the site, but without going out and measuring it, I can't give you a categoric answer.
Well, I'm going to come back on that, but can I deal with that second point, which is we've apparently got a very old building at the back of it, which will, in the nature of old buildings, require being maintained. So you are saying categorically, are you, that they can't build this bungalow anyway because they won't, because it'll stop it being maintained? Is that what you've just said?
No, not at all. Many extensions are built hard up against a neighbour's extension.
Well, I know that's happened historically.
Yeah.
I also know that certainly one planning authority I worked for always kept a maintenance strip between two buildings, particularly where it's sensitive. It seems to me to be a perfectly good planning objective, even if we don't particularly have one at the moment. If this bungalow is built here, you said there's building regulations that would help out the problem that we've just heard. Is that, I don't understand the point that you're making.
It's like anybody. If you're building any building in your garden close to your neighbour's boundary, you've got to make sure you don't undermine or damage their property. They've got legal rights that you've got to respect. The structural aspects are covered by building regulations, but there is nothing to prevent you building hard up against your neighbour's property. There are certain notifications, I believe, under separate legislation rights. You have to let them have time to maintain their property. So, but only unless you're attaching to the building would be a party wall.
Yes, you see that barn, I'm guessing, is made out of stone, and made out of stone it'll be require a lot of pointing and re-rendering, but certainly over 400 years. How would that now be achieved? Because under the legislation, if there is no building here, the owner of the barn can serve notice on the landowner and can enter the land and repair his wall or her wall. If this building goes bang up against a wall of an historic building, it can't be maintained. Does that sound sensible?
Yeah, it does sound sensible, but it's beyond the applicant's control in this case. I'd have to look into that in greater detail. I agree it's sensible to move away and leave that strip, but there are countless situations and extensions that this committee have approved hard up against neighbouring properties.
Well, so, see, if it's hard up against a neighbouring property and actually leaning against it, it's slightly different from when you've got a gap about that much between the two. I've got Mike Chaplin, then I've got Kath Potter.
Chair, I think we're going to have to withdraw this item.
Yes, I do as well.
I have a concern that the 400-year-old barn would be classed either as a designated heritage asset or a non-designated heritage asset, and it would be afforded certain rights that we would want to respect in the national park.
I do agree with you. We've got some problems. I've got Kath next and then Ken Richardson.
Chair, would it be advisable to have a site visit for members?
I think
to
that's
verify all these
I think that's a possibility, Kath. But actually, I think the issue is less about a site visit and more about getting the facts clear. Because I mean, if we happen to be in that area in a month's time doing site visits, possibly, but and I don't rule it out. But if we're all up down in Fenny Bentley and everything else and have to come up just for this one site, that it might be too much. The real issue here are the issues that the two speakers have picked up about the accuracy of the plans and about some of the other issues that they raise. Ken?
I understand the arguments, but the existing garage is hard up against it.
No, it isn't. There's a gap. There's a gap between the existing garage. There we are. See, there's the existing garage. There's the gap.
I do think this needs looking at again. I'm going to move this for deferral to a future meeting for us to get the facts right. Okay? Ken?
All I was going to say, Chair, I thought one of the slides that John used had dimensions on it of the footprint of the building. That at least would give us some idea of what the dimensions are.
But I think we need to get these bits and pieces right. I've moved that for deferral. It's been seconded. All those in favour? With a possible site visit if it's politic at the time. Yeah, okay. I'm moving on now to agenda item 16, which I think is the barn in Edale, isn't it?
Chair, can I request a comfort break?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay. 20 past by that clock.
just over a kilometre to the left of this slide. Property comprises the Rose Cottage, the main house, a detached outbuilding, Brown Bed Cottage, which is in holiday use, and outbuildings here, and a separate property in different ownership, Sunnyside, attached to the eastern gable. Associated with the property, there are a couple of fields here which amount, I think, in total to 1 hectare, I think it's set out in the report, upon which the applicant wishes to carry out a small-scale agricultural operation based on this proposal for a new building, which they would use to house at various times their sheep. They intended keeping equipment associated with managing the land and fodder in connection with the animals that would be kept. It's sited just on the east side of the complex of buildings, and within an area of quite extensive tree planting, which we saw on site yesterday. It would be a building of 14 metres by just over 6 metres, a single storey obviously, constructed from Yorkshire boarding, which is vertical timber cladding, which would tannalise and left to weather, under a roof which would be a dark blue corrugated metal sheet roof. There'd be a small hard standing, access would be this side, small hard standing, it would be accessed through an existing gateway, a couple of wheel tracks to this small hard standing to give access to the doors into the building. That would require the removal of a few trees, both on the access route as it went its way through this quite dense planting, and some more trees for the position of the building itself. But as we saw on site yesterday, there was quite a large number of trees that have grown here, and at some point in the near future they'll need thinning, and the trees in the position of the building, certainly at least 2 of them were poor split specimens, so there were no concerns. And we also saw at the site visit that, coupled with that planting within that field and the roadside hedgerow and some further hedging just off this slide, it really effectively screens both the buildings from approach from the east, and certainly would screen this proposed site. So although officers in considering the application, I should say, expressed a preference to the applicant of siting it to the rear, where we felt it would be more appropriate, or ideally within the complex, they've expressed a preference to keep it here, and on balance, in terms of landscape impact, we are comfortable with that. As we are with the need for this small area of land, there is a need for a building to manage it, and the scale of the building proposed is also commensurate with the size of that. So I'll just go through the slides. That just zooms in a little bit. That shows the simple wheel tracks from the existing access. And this is the view as you approach towards Edale. So this is the existing planting. The building would be sited amongst that, and the complex of buildings is just beyond that. This is just a view from the back that was taken earlier, and not a recent one, a different time of year, across the back of the premises. This is the back of the yard. The gateway here will be access, which would then turn right into this group of trees. So even in winter, they would provide a foil for the building along with the roadside hedging. This is quite an elevated view taken from Google Street View, but the eye view for walkers and drivers is much lower. And the detail of the building, as I said, this is the view away from the public highway, the screen, private view, tannalised Yorkshire boarding, roller shutter door, an open side for the animals, and a simple pedestrian door, and a dark blue corrugated roof, plain gables, and plain back, all in Yorkshire boarding, which would weather to that Sylvia grey, which would be in harmony with the tree trunks and the sort of pastel shades in the landscape as it is. That's just a footprint. So on that basis, Chair, we've recommended approval of the application subject to the conditions set out there, just a few detailed conditions, and tying the use of the building to agriculture, and remove when it's no longer required for the purpose of agriculture on this small holding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Mr. Bajaria, do you want to address us? Yes, there's a button on there. With any luck, a red light will come on, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon. My name is Andre Bijaria. I'm the applicant, and I've been the owner of the site at Rose Cottage in Edale since 2015. I've always maintained the property and the outbuildings well, and wish to use the adjoining land currently used on an agricultural basis as a small holding for the continued use of livestock with the construction of an agricultural shed for the shelter of sheep in the winter months, the storage of feed and lambing each year. The agricultural small holding and the use of the land is in keeping with the surrounding agricultural land use. The placement of the agricultural lambing shed has been considered carefully with the planning officers for little impact on the site, with only an access track, hard standing and gateway formed to access the shed. Mitigation measures of tree planting on the site in line with the tree report and the consultant's comments are proposed on a 2-for-1 replacement strategy. This will also help to retain the currently maturing trees on the site and to further screen any views from the road. The detailing of the shed has been carefully considered with the planning officers with regard to the material palette, with the use of timber Yorkshire boarding to the walls and profiled metal roofing painted blue. We have worked to reduce the scale and height of the ridge and eaves to an acceptable and workable height, as suggested in dialogue with the planning officer. The building will sit well within the landscape as an agricultural farm building and will provide a further source of revenue and employment for the local community and economy. I would be happy to agree to the water services and power supplies to the building being buried. In summary, I respectfully ask that you consider the officer's recommendation and that you approve this application before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right, we did a site visit yesterday. I was perfectly happy with what I saw, so I'm going to move this for approval from the chair. That's seconded, and I've got Ginny to speak, and I know what she's going to say.
I challenge the description of agricultural building because...
Sorry. I challenge the description of agricultural building because what constitutes an agricultural building? To me, it is something that's going to be part of a farming on a commercial basis. And an agricultural building in this context could be used in the future for all number of things. You know, I might want to collect vintage bikes or something like that. And that could be put into what is termed an agricultural building.
Yeah, I understand the point you're making, but the condition actually makes it very clear. It shall be restricted to agricultural use only. That's condition 6. Is there anything else you can add to that?
No, I think that's pretty clear. And we were satisfied that the information put forward by the applicant, who was going to be conducting an agricultural operation, and that there was a need for a building. I appreciate it's only a small scale holding, and it's not a large commercial farm, but nevertheless, it is for the practice of agriculture, and the building will be used for agricultural purposes, albeit on a fairly modest scale. Thank you.
Any other members? In that case, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Anyone against? Anyone abstaining? Thank you. Right. The next item on the agenda is the farmhouse at Lower Holt Farm, Edale. I have declared a prejudicial interest in that, so I will be leaving the discussion and wishing you all a very nice weekend, because I'm on my way up to Scotland. My wife is waiting like the greyhound in the slips.
Just waiting for the chair to leave the room. Ken Smith, Vice Chair, now in the chair. At least the chair had the grace to admit why he was going, and the personal interest rearing his ugly head again. Okay, so members, the final application we have for consideration is number 17 on the agenda, reinstatement of Lower Holt Farm, Barber Booth, Edale, for new dwelling and associated works. John, you're going to introduce?
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair, in this case. Yeah, I'll just start by just talking about the application description, because it does say reinstatement of Lower Holt Farm, which is officers considered to be slightly misleading, because there isn't a reinstatement of those buildings, and we'll see as we go through the slides. The proposal involves the complete demolition of the derelict remains of this former out farm, so perhaps should have been more properly described as the construction of new agricultural workers dwelling on the site. But members who visited the site, and hopefully when you see the slides, you'll be clear that what the actual development description is. And along with that, it's also the partial retention of an existing track and the creation of a short section of new agricultural track to give access. But I'll show that in more detail as I go through the slides. So the application site itself is situated on the southern slopes of the Edale Valley, to the east of the Mamnick Road, which rises up from Barber Booth here, this small collection of buildings and farms that rises up to Mamnick, Mamtor and the Rush Up Edge, which is a very popular sort of skyline point which attracts many thousands of visitors each year. And there are extensive and expansive views, I would say, of the site from these higher levels on this side, and indeed from the other side, and from footpaths in the vicinity. The application site is here, this former out farm. There is an existing, we saw on the site, an existing agricultural twin track which leads down to that site, winds its way around and comes up to the Mamnick Road. This is a relatively new track for which there is no planning history. The land in blue is the applicant's land ownership, and you see the application site is in one tranche of this ownership, and there are other separate parcels of land in the vicinity which the applicant farms. His main group of buildings is sited here at Whitmore Lee Farm, which is down within the building complex or building group of Barber Booth. There is his main animal buildings down there, and is where the original farmhouse to the Whitmore Lee Farm complex is as well, which is not in his ownership. It's in family ownership, but is not available to the applicant and won't be in his lifetime, we heard yesterday. He also has other land in the area, and land at Taddington where he lives some distance away. And you'll see in the arguments about the supporting case about the need to live closer to his land holdings and his animals. So just move on to the next slide. So this just shows it a little bit more detail. We saw on site yesterday the access point, bit of a steep gradient to access the Mamnick Road and slightly limited visibility. It goes down around here, hugs the hedge, and it's from this point here it departs. So the application site proposes this section here as a brand new section of track across the centre of the field, rather than following the existing line around the edge, which would have had a less impact. And this is the site for the dwelling and the residential curtilage. Again, this just shows you a little bit more detail and gives you the relationship of the house. Alongside the proposed new house and the new residential curtilage, which will be defined by new hedging to the west and south, there would also be on the east side of the hedge a run of ground-mounted solar panels, 14 in total. So they would be on the open field side, just within a fenced enclosure. So that would be very clearly visible from the Mamnick Road and the higher land to the east. So I'll just take you through a few slides of the existing situation. This is the remains of the former out farm, very derelict, beyond repair. So the proposal is to reclaim as much of that as possible, but all this would be completely removed. But all the salvageable to be used in the new build. from the gable elevation that sort of looks towards the Mamnick Road as it rises down the back. So the existing hedges to the right there, and then rising ground up to Mamnick. Extensive tree planting to the what would be the east side, and then there's a further farm beyond that which is not affected by this proposal in terms of view or amenity. And just from the field looking back up at the remains. So this is a slide taken from Lord's Seat on the rising ground to the south. So you've got the existing access drive goes in here, runs around the field, around this boundary and around there, and enters the gateway, which was where the entrance into the residential curtilage would be. The new section of drive would go from this corner here directly across to that point. So there'd be a new drive across there. The new dwelling would sit just below that blue arrow, and would be, you'd see a clear roof line of natural stone roof from reclaimed and supplemented materials, and the residential curtilage would extend there. But perhaps more importantly, you would see very clearly in this section here would be the run of 14 solar panels angled towards the south and towards the view in this slide, for which we have significant landscape impact concerns. This is just further up the hill and zoom further back. With the naked eye, photographs never give you the true focal point of your eye, but with the naked eye, it's much clearer in the landscape. And you can see also here the neighbouring property on the other side of the quite extensive tree planting. So that's the existing buildings, I say, would be completely removed, although they have formed the footprint for which the applicant has based the design of the new house, which sits on top of that same footprint and same location, obviously. That's the upper floors existing, which all will go. Just a few shots I won't dwell on because you've seen the photographs of the existing condition of those buildings and the proposed layout. So there was the existing gateway, comes into quite an extensive residential curtilage. You'd have a compacted gravel parking area, space for 3 cars to park. That gravelled area would continue on through the residential curtilage to give agricultural access to the land to the north or lower part of this. The rest would be grass. The footprint of the house, we'll see the elevations in a moment, and then you'd have a Indian paved, quite large terrace area and pathway around the building. The new hedgerow and tree planting on this side, and new hedgerow and tree planting to form the other 2 boundaries of the curtilage. What's also shown here is a treatment plant to deal with the foul waste from the development, which sits outside the residential curtilage and sits outside the application site line. Normally you would expect that to be within the application site because we'd need to condition that. At the moment that's outside, so it would require different treatment. And there's a soakaway here, and this is the run of the 14 solar panels on the south side of the existing hedge line with just a simple fence to keep stock off that. So, floor plan of the ground floor, quite an extensive dwelling, 150 square metres, but this is proposed to be the first dwelling on the farm, on this new holding. Lounge, dining kitchen, sort of open landing, study area, hallway, and then ancillary utility and boot facilities. And upstairs, 3 bedrooms, and main ensuite to the master bedroom. It would be constructed from reclaimed materials, largely from the site and supplemented as necessary. Natural grit stone, a stone slate roof with timber windows and doors. And you can see here is adopted a very simple, almost barn-like style, reflective of the existing buildings that stood and still do partly on the site. It's got a chimney, and somewhat unusually proposes a flue at this end instead of another traditional chimney, which would be normally more appropriate in this location. or in this design, I should say. And then this is the looking down the. Oh, sorry, this is the west side looking towards the rising Mamnik Road. Again, fairly simple design. And this is the north elevation looking down the slope towards Barber Booth. And the top side, largely screened by the hedgerow, that looks back up towards the rush-up edge direction. So you can see there, that's just the internal sort of courtyard elevation. See some of the details reused and the chimney. So in terms of the design, we have no concerns over the design, which has a very solid, high solid to void ratio of openings to wall, uses traditional materials, and is reflective of our local building tradition. So subject to some alterations, there would be no objections to that. Nevertheless, in the absence of an agricultural justification, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail, it would effectively represent another dwelling in the open countryside, an unnecessary intrusion of domestic building in an otherwise open and undeveloped landscape, notwithstanding the derelict remains of the old out farm there. And furthermore, as I've alluded to, there's the visual impact of the solar panels upon the landscape, causing further harm to the landscape and the setting of the conservation area, which sits in the lower land. So, in addition, I'll just go to the access improvements, because alongside the building there are requirements to meet the highway authorities, visibility and access requirements. So the existing access, as I said, has got an awkward junction, quite steep and rough, and there's a requirement to improve that with increased visibility displays, which would require the loss of the beech tree on the corner and the setting back of the boundaries to achieve those visibility displays in either direction, along with hard surfacing and slight realignment of the first so many metres before you drop into the compacted gravel twin track down the field. That just shows in a little bit more detail, and would also require a cattle grid alongside that hard surfacing rather than having a permanent gateway, and then timber fencing and the existing hedgerow. So you just lose this landscape on the corner, which would have an impact, but relatively minimal, and would be in keeping with the character of other accesses in the area. That's just zoomed in. So really, in this case, the key issue is the principle of a new agricultural workers dwelling in this location. Whether or not there a genuine and essential agricultural need for a dwelling to serve the business, and it's the agricultural business that generates whether or not there's a functional need, not the personal needs of the applicant. There has been an agricultural statement submitted, which states that the applicant, as I said, lives in Teddington, and he supplements his income with fencing contracting business, which he intends to cease and work full-time on this holding when he realises his proposed stocking increases. At the moment, he's got 280 ewes and 100 followers, 40 bucket calves, and has 55 store cattle. And he proposes to increase these to 160 bucket calves and 80 stores. The sheep would remain the same, to assist him in making the farming enterprise viable moving forward. But it should be stressed that these are intentions. They aren't realised at the moment, but clearly that's his ambition. We can only assess the development on the business as it stands at the moment. So it currently generates, and we agree with that the business generates work for 1.5 full-time workers at the moment, which would rise to over 2 workers if the stocking increases are realised. But that's work. The key requirement is whether one or more workers have to be on site to be within essential sight and sound to look after stock, and it's normally the breeding stock or large numbers of breeding stock which generate the need for an on-site dwelling. The statement sets out, as I say, that heavy workload and talks about it being clearly preferential to live on site. However, what it doesn't do for us is provide a very clearly defined justification to prove that genuine essential functional need, which is the very high bar within policy to justify a new dwelling in the open countryside, and for that worker to be readily available at most times, day and night, as I say, to supervise the stock. Now, in this case, somewhat unusual is that the proposed new dwelling is sited in the open countryside away from the main building group where the breeding stock would be largely based. Those buildings are down in Barber Booth, where the existing original farmhouse is sited close to the buildings, as you'd expect. But I said that's not available. So the applicant owns this site. For him, it's the only available site, and the existence of the existing building has provided for him an impetus to site his new dwelling to take advantage of being on his land, which he says is only a short walk to the main building group down in the hamlet of Barber Booth, but via the road is 1.2 kilometres. So for us, doesn't provide sight and sound supervision of the main building group. So we don't conclude that they have demonstrated a clear, genuine and essential need for an agricultural dwelling on the holding in itself. And secondly, even if they had justified that, the dwelling wouldn't provide the essential supervision in the right place to meet that need. And now, alongside the landscape harm objections to the large new dwelling in the open countryside, the impact of the residential curtilage, and more importantly, the new track and the solar panels, which have an adverse impact on landscape and setting of the conservation area, those form the two principal reasons for refusal, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, John. We have one speaker, the agent for the applicant, Caroline McIntyre. The microphone's already on, Caroline, but you're familiar with the system, I think.
Yeah.
And you know you've got 3 minutes.
Yeah. Hi. Good afternoon. My name's Caroline McIntyre. Is it not? It is on.
Yeah, it's on.
Can I start again with my 3 minutes? I've got a lot to say. Good afternoon. My name's Caroline McIntyre. I'm the agent for this application. The applicant grew up in Edale and has farmed land in the area for the past 40 years. The Parish Council are in strong support of the application on social and environmental grounds. I think their comments summarise our view well, and they consider the application fulfils a local need for housing and it's important that agricultural workers are able to live within the community. This is becoming increasingly difficult with the significant rise in house prices and competition for second and holiday homes. The proposals would secure a new home for a farmer in perpetuity, ensuring the ongoing and future maintenance and stewardship of the land. The proposals reinstate the historic out farm located on the southern side of the valley. I know there is some dispute over the term reinstate, but this is what we consider the proposals are. This side of the valley is characterised by a series of these out farms, and the existing building is of regional significance, and the importance of this is noted in the heritage and conservation consultation responses. Given the building was historically a house, it's considered that the landscape and heritage impact would be negligible. This is similar to the conclusions drawn by the committee on the Newfoundland nurseries proposals. There's limited space by the farm buildings. It's neither viable or feasible to rebuild the existing buildings to accommodate a dwelling there. Equally, living in a caravan, which is the current arrangement for the applicant away from his wife, is not a long-term solution either. The conclusions of officers on the agricultural need is strongly disputed, and the professional report by Graham Watkins submitted with the application should be given significant weight. The applicant has a legal and moral responsibility to the health and welfare of all of his stock, and whilst the position of the dwelling is not directly adjacent to the farm buildings, it's at the heart of the land holding, and the majority of the land can be seen from this location, better than would be achieved elsewhere. The livestock are mostly grazed on the land, so having sight of this is important, and from Lower Holt it's possible to see if gates have been left open, dogs are worrying livestock, etc. There is no alternative dwelling reasonably close which would meet the need, and from the site the applicant can take a short walk to the buildings if needed, in bad weather for example. Graham Watkins argued that bucket rearing calves is one of the most labour-intensive farming activities, and they are more susceptible to respiratory conditions, and immediate action is essential. We therefore consider there is a strong functional need for a dwelling on the site meeting the policy tests. With regards to some of the other points raised, in the report. The size of the dwellings should not be a consideration as the size is not limited by policy, and there was no discussion around the size of this house at the size of a agricultural workers house approved at the last committee. The solar PVs could be reviewed further in terms of their landscape impact, and the curtilage around the house could be reduced. The applicant is interested in farming and not gardening. We'd be grateful if in light of these points you could reconsider the officer recommendation and approve the application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Caroline. If you could turn off the... Thank you very much. Okay. Before we, members, I'd lay it open for you to speak. There's a couple of things I just wanted to clarify. When we were on site yesterday, there were a number of issues that didn't seem to mesh with the plans that we had to hand. The track is moved from where it is now, but particularly the access point into the field where the proposed dwelling is located. It didn't. We weren't sure whether it was the existing gate or a different one. The applicant suggested that the plan wasn't correct, that the curtilage, as shown, wasn't in fact what he was proposing. So I think there's a number of issues I'd like some clarification on, if only to enable members to have a better informed decision-making process.
Yeah, taking the curtilage issue perhaps first, shall I? The applicant did express the view that he didn't need all of this area on this side to be curtilage, and that he'd be happy to have a fence line down here. However, the application before us is for all of this area to be residential curtilage, and indeed within this area there's the parking and turning, the domestic parking and turning area for the house. So it would require a replanning of the layout, presumably to pull the parking into this area here if he wanted to reduce it. So we're quite clear that is the red line domestic curtilage that they're proposing. On the access, it is in the same position. There's a slight adjustment, but the intention is that the existing access will just be improved in terms of providing a hard surface to stop material being dragged onto the highway, improve the alignment, remove the first tree on the corner and setting back of the hedging to give the required visibility display, because I don't know whether you noticed we were in a minibus, but pulling it out, the existing shrubbery on the left and the tree and some of the overhanging branches on the right block your visibility of oncoming vehicles. So there is that access improvement at the entrance itself, but there is also the somewhat unusual, and we expressed some surprise when we were on site, that the application was proposing to relocate the existing driveway from its existing line, which I'll just get to the right plan. At the moment, the proposed line follows the existing twin track gravel driveway all the way down here as it goes through here, and then instead of continuing to follow that existing line on the ground, which goes round here and then comes into the gateway that way, it proposes going straight across, which would be a new or a replacement section of driveway, and would involve much greater landscape impact, as we can see looking down. So that would be a new driveway from that point there to the corner of these trees, instead of following the existing drive around the outside, which would interfere with more of the applicant's own land. So that in itself was unusual. As I say, this driveway and the access has been upgraded in recent years without planning consent. It was a simple gate into the field only a few years ago, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thanks, John. So, members, the issues surround what is effectively a new build in the countryside, albeit on the footprint of a ruinous farm location. Issues like the solar panels, and in assessing the business need, we've been reminded that it's the agricultural business need, not personal needs of an applicant, that we need to take into account. So I have Ginny as a first speaker. First member.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to recommend that we grant the permission for this application. I believe we've got a very clear case for the need for this applicant to live on site. Animal welfare, the need to be on hand for his stock, The proposed house is in the footprint of another building, which is frankly an eyesore at the moment. And I also think as an authority, we must support our farmers, without whom the countryside we love to visit would be a very different place.
Thank you, Ginny. Kath Potter.
Totally concur with your comments. Couldn't say it better. There were 2,650 barns in this national park, and it really breaks my heart to see the neglect and decline in these important historical features. And I think this was a lovely barn originally, and I'm sure that it could be made in the stone, which is going to be partly reused, could be made into a wonderful feature, and it's hidden behind those hedges. And I did see on the net where it says the planning officers appear to have lost their way in terms of what makes the Peak Park so special. We farmers contribute so much as to maintain the landscape, yet the priorities appear to favour tourism over people who live and work here. It could not be put better. I am in total agreement. So I second your proposal.
Thank you, Kath. I note what you say, but of course, we mustn't forget that what we're talking about is the complete clearance of what exists and the erection of a new building. It's not the refurbishment of a barn.
A lot of the stone is going to be used.
Mike Chaplin.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can see which way members are leaning towards on this application. But I'd like to know what there seems to be a cut-off point with buildings that start to ruin. And this building had a number of sides that were still standing. And I gather that it would have been livable only 20 or so years ago. So
it was in a lot better condition 20, 30
yeah.
years ago. It wasn't sort of complete with,
Yeah.
But we've got photographs of the windows in place. And, yeah, it certainly deteriorated.
Yeah. I just have...
Can I just say, it hasn't really been occupied for, what, 40, 50 years?
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't occupied
Yeah.
in those photographs.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Mike.
Yeah, I just have a concern that we've had applications that have come before us for building in a field where there has been no previous building, and then it's been a judgment call, and generally we've been more reluctant to approve those for agricultural purposes. But here we've got the remains of a building. So we know that there was occupation on that site. So there's been a history of occupation there, albeit not a recent one. And
Yep.
all right, I'll go on a bit if I
Yeah,
may.
no, you can.
So I do think members are required to make a judgment call on whether it is appropriate to rebuild on a place that was occupied in the past. I know we've also, when I was soon after I came on planning committee, we actually had an application for someone in the south of the Peak District National Park who didn't actually have access to buildings, but had been accumulating a lot less land than this, but was really keen to get started with setting up a farm. And we did push the boundaries on that one, excuse the pun, to allow that person to put a building in the field, which was effectively in the open countryside. So we do have precedents for that. It's not one that I personally would want to use every month, but I do feel in this case, given that the farmer has managed to acquire a lot of land in this area, that there is a case for rebuilding so that he can better manage the farm that he's built up.
Thank you, Mike.
Now, there are issues to do.
Beg your pardon?
If you'll indulge me, Chair, I do share concerns over having the the array of solar panels located where they are, and I am unhappy about that, because that would clearly be visible from what I think is the Lord's seat, if I remember right, and that could be better placed if it was brought within the curtilage and perhaps rearranged in a different way. And I also share your concerns, Chair, with the driveway being moved. And I do think the driveway should be kept where it is, where there is a known track leading to the farmstead.
Okay.
And that's my view.
And you finished this time? Just checking. Thank you. Dermot Murphy.
Thanks, Chair. I could think of one very practical reason for changing the direction of that drive. If you're driving trailers beyond that point where there was quite a lot more land, it could be a lot easier to get the trailer through the gate than having to sort of follow the hedge line, come back round, and then have to try and do a tight turn through the gate. This is a legitimate farming business. Sometimes we're asked to approve buildings, and sometimes you do wonder sometimes if they are going to be used for something else. But, the guy travels quite a way to be at his farm. There are certain times of the year he can't actually get to the farm very easily, especially if the weather's bad. I'd like to see that building reinstated. There's a lot of cover there. I'm not so exercised about the solar array, but if people are of a mind to try and locate it somewhere else on the site, so be it. But I think it's a project worth supporting.
Okay, thank you, Dermot. The same thought struck me about the need for moving the track, but there was no explanation as to why.
No.
I had in mind construction vehicles, for example, as a similar kind of thing. And just going back to Mike's point about abandonment and that the dereliction of the site, it's my understanding that a building like that as a dwelling is deemed to be abandoned, and in planning and policy terms, that's it. The reinstatement is not an option. That's why it's a tad misleading to talk about reinstatement. If we wanted to be nitpicking, we could say that we're reinstating a building on the location of the former farm, but we aren't reinstating the farmhouse itself. But I try not to be too pedantic, as you all know. Stop it. Thank you. In terms of the solar panel array and its location, are there any options available? Have those been discussed? It seems to me we have a planning application before us that we've got to decide on. So,
no, in answer to your question, Chair, I'm not aware of that. Given the fundamental reasons for refusal that we've identified, it's probably unlikely we've gone back and formally requested that. We would have certainly pointed out to the agent, I'm sure, that there are landscape concerns, and it's set out in the report that they would have an adverse impact on the setting of the conservation area, the appearance of the wider landscape through their siting, reflectivity, and other matters like that. The other point that you've not touched on is also the fact that although this is likely resolvable, the package treatment plant, which is a key part, having a means of disposal of the waste from the property, isn't within the application site area, but it could be amended to bring that in, which would be essential because it is a fundamental part of a dwelling to have a safe means of spoil disposal.
Ginny, you've proposed the application, but would you accept that amendment, that the package treatment plant should be brought within the curtilage?
We need an amended plan.
They would need an amended plan, and so on. Okay.
And I would also just remind members that obviously if you're wanting to approve it, there's a need to consider conditions.
Yeah.
But most importantly is that it's our practice to have a secure means of making sure that the occupation of any dwelling approved for an agricultural functional need is secured through a Section 106 agreement on the house itself, the land which justifies the functional need, and the buildings. So the whole of the applicant's landholding, including the buildings down at Whitmore Lee Farm, would have to be brought into a Section 106 agreement to maintain them all as one planning unit and maintained in agricultural use, because that's the basis. You are making that judgment that justifies the business need for a dwelling.
Yeah. Okay, before we go any further, Brian?
Yeah, it's just to good photo, and just to make members aware that the Edale Valley is the only place in a national park where we have a landscape scale conservation area. So most of them are drawn at the village level. So the things we say about conservation areas brings together what you might have heard the term on site visits, the booths of Edale, the little hamlets that work together. So there is a character issue as a whole to this landscape. So I think a lot of the things you're talking about are good points, but referencing to, e.g. hugging the hedge line and things like that, are because we're paying a lot of attention to the landscape character of this kind of view here. There's special qualities that they bring about. So I think the more that we can do to pay attention to those landscape characteristics are important in that setting. And no, just to agree that the abandonment point is not just a planning policy point, but it's a kind of legal established point, which means that you're starting again. So we're basically looking at the justification for development of that landscape. And we would normally be looking for buildings that are substantially complete for conversion. So it does bring about some fundamental questions about the development of that landscape, which then is why we're looking closely at the justification point within that. And we can accept that, there's we've looked quite hard at that, to make sure that there's a point in there. So I think that's important that you're comfortable that there is a justification part there, and that we're looking carefully at landscape character within that.
Okay, but nevertheless, we have a recommendation on the table, and before we go to a vote, conditions, John, if members were minded to approve, on the basis of all we've heard about Section 106 agreements and the rest, which Ginny as proposer and Kath as seconder need to acknowledge and accept.
Yeah, I haven't prepared a set of draft conditions because we felt it was so far out with our policies that we wouldn't be in this situation. So I can give you a list off the cuff, as it were, but I would suggest that any recommendation, if it succeeds, is sort of finally deferred to chair and vice chair, or vice chair in this case, to approve the fine detail. Yeah. But I would suggest that the starting point would be, along with the Section 106, commence development within 3 years. The second one is normally to define the set of approved plans and elevations. The third one would be to, because of the careful crafted design of the house, there is an argument to remove permitted development rights for alteration extensions which might otherwise cause harm. The other one, I think, importantly, would be, and this is subject to members, would be to bring the solar panels within the Kersley's in terms of an agreed alternative siting. The next one would be materials and minor design aspects of the architectural detailing. Sample panel to show how the reclaimed materials would be put together of the walling and the roofing. The other one would be to, following the agreement of amended red line, to submit and agree precise details of the means of sewage disposal of the package treatment plant. The other one would be underground services on the applicant's land in ownership. The other one would be external lighting, restricted in terms of an agreed scheme only. The next one would be to carry out the highway access improvements before occupation. And I think the last one would just be the precise details of the landscape establishment of the hedges, species, matters like that. At present, the driveway is proposed to cut across this field here, which is a landscape intrusion. So if members were happy with that, fine. We would need another condition agreeing the precise details of that, just for the avoidance of doubt. Materials. But alternatively, you could argue that it needs to be brought within the red line and retained on the existing line, given there's no evidence that that isn't workable as a route. It's clearly the driven route for farm vehicles and at the moment down to this land. So there's nothing to suggest that you have to go outside of that. I think unless there are other minor points which I've missed, they're the headline conditions, as it were.
Okay. I think on the position of the trackway, I would suggest that it is, as we have received the application, I would like to see confirmation from the applicant that that is the only route and why, and if that is going to be instated, then is the existing track going to be removed, because we're looking at sterilisation of an additional piece of land. But I think that would be reasonable to pursue in order to try to minimise impacts of access routes. Members, you've heard the, if you like, off-the-cuff list of conditions. Are there any objections or comments or additional ones? In which case we have a motion on the floor for recommendation. Can I have a show of hands of all those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you very much, members. And I can only, thank you, Caroline. I can only suggest that it's about time for a late lunch.